Now my OBS is just recording.
Hello, everybody.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh wow.
All right, no, fuck it. It's going in.
Okay, that's
It's going in.
That's what we're doing it
I'll shut
live.
up, I'll shut up.
Again.
Oh shit. Okay. This is Neon Manta and Crunchy Bagels and Casual Musky. Hello.
Hello.
All right, well, maybe that was bearing the lead a little too fast.
Hello guys, I am Flusky. I am motion designer, music composer, front-end developer, part-time developer. Also I sometimes do anime tubing. I don't know, but yeah, that's what I am.
Well, I am Casual.
Truly, there's no saving you.
And I do British things like drink tea and overanalyze anime.
Oh God, speaking of
Say
no
what's the
saving.
bottle? Casual,
let
say
this
what's the
person
bottle
on?
right now.
Oh, okay.
Say
I-
what's
I'm
the
not saying the words.
Casual on.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Casual.
Honestly, I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't talking
No,
over you
it's
after
alright.
that. After that bit.
No. I think that whole bit was about.
Water bottle.
Well,
There you go.
There you go. Okay, wait.
Oh no, the evidence.
I wasn't
Can I
gonna
borrow a
block you for
bottle of
hours.
water?
It's not the thing. Oh wow.
No, I'll never say it again.
Excuse me, governor.
Okay, I can't do
Amazing.
Cockney.
Cheers, love.
Oh.
It reminds me of
And now we are
Tracer.
here.
We're what we're going to talk about today, guys.
Maybe. And it's time for the goddamn Castaway anime seasonal podcast. Spring has sprung. And we've got a whole mess of brand new shows.
Not as bad as winter.
Wait, hold on. Hang on, wait. I'm getting word from. Are you sure? Are you being serious? Alright, guys, I just got word from the International Anime Podcast Committee. The podcast had just started, and already we have won the award for Best Seasonal Anime Podcast. Everyone, round of applause. We honestly, we can end it
We
right
did
here.
it. We did it,
already
boys.
got the
We did,
award.
boys.
We're
Okay.
done.
Like, stop recording, lads. We did it.
I've
You know,
made it. Korea's
honestly,
done.
after that intro, I thought the award was forfeit, but I mean, I guess we got it preemptively.
Yeah.
As long as we don't show
mean,
them that, I
anything
think we'll be okay. Does any other anime podcast have a British person in it? That's what I thought.
Connor.
the first
Trash
anime
taste,
podcast with the
trash
British
taste.
person.
Casual,
podcast.
I think your Britishness is more of a handicap than anything.
Right, like,
I think you
listen
won.
here.
It's okay. It's
spite of
impressive that we won in spite of it.
Yeah.
So today on the podcast we have a British and an Asian.
We're going for diversity
God.
here, aren't we?
Yes, that is how we won the Oscar.
Hey, person.
Hell yeah.
We cannot be racist.
Oh shoot! Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
But you know what is racist? Spy X Family.
Oh. You know what? Let's start with that. Hey, let's go. Let's roll with that.
Let's not bury the lead too quickly now. Let's,
Oh, right, okay,
let's
right,
get
fine.
into the actual show before we talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, Spy X Family is the big new hotness of the season. It's the one everyone's watching. Somehow already has a fucking 9.09 on Mal. And I still couldn't tell you why.
Hang on,
Bob.
I haven't actually checked on I use Analyst. That's Analyst. Mal.
It's 88 on
Wow.
AnyList, by the way.
It's got nearly 500,000 users after only like 2 episodes.
Hang on.
Every
This
season
shit-
seems to have a show like that. Well, not every
Like a
season.
show.
Like most
Like a
seasons
show.
have a show
A show.
like this that just shoots way up in the rankings.
Well, I think last
And
last
Spy
season
X
was that.
Family.
Last season was
Yep.
Dress Up, was
Just
it?
darling.
Yeah, that was
Alright.
definitely the standout of last season.
Oh wow,
Yeah, and
that
then the
last
season before that, I'm trying to remember. I know a few seasons
Comey?
ago,
Ranked-
Fruits
ranked
Basket final
third.
season was the
Okay,
one.
I just look at ranked third on the top Mal list, and oh my god.
Can we
So,
just
yeah, I think
appreciate
that's-
like how it's peaked almost higher than the Attack on Titan?
This,
I
I
find
think
that
that,
Well,
I think
the main
hilarious.
thing is just
I think
like
that's enough saying about like
super
what's good
recency
about the
bias.
show, and everyone has been talking about it. Everyone I think all possible praise has been said for it. But we're gonna say that again because we like the show, like everyone else.
I haven't seen any of the shows from the second block of the podcast for the season. I will say straight up though, of this block, and I kind of suspected going into it that would be the best show of the 14 that we'll cover today. But yeah, it's the best of the 14.
Okay, guys,
that we're gonna cover
actually,
today.
I need to confess. I need to confess real quick. When it was like first hyped, I am personally not in the circle. Like I don't understand what's going on. Like hadn't be like you guys telling me to watch it. Like I probably won't care, and I'm glad I did watch it because oh my god, it's an experience.
It got its pedigree from it being one of like the big, if not the biggest manga from Shonen Jump Plus, which is I believe like their more adult oriented or like mature manga alternative to Shonen Jump. I think they since converted it to like a online manga subscription service. I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah, I've read
this
stuff
is
on
where
that.
you'll find your Hell's Paradise, your Kaiju number 8, your Fire Punch, among others, including some, as I was surprised to find out later on in this very block.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No
really?
spoilers though.
The only thing I know Shonen Jump Plus for is Sekumi-san, which is it's just a slice of life.
I
think
don't
that's the only
even
thing
know
I've
what
read on
Shonen
it.
Jump 4 is.
So, do you want to just get into what this show's about?
It's about spies and family. That's it. That's the show, guys.
Yeah, next show. We covered it.
No more to add.
Thank you.
No more to
Thank you
add.
for
I
your
know
amazing...
Crunchy is chomping at the bit to get this one over with so he can talk about his Black Panther
no.
coming up after this. But
Oh wow. Okay.
No, I actually think
we
that
gotta
I actually
give-
think this one's better than that one.
Really?
So, I'm excited to
No.
talk about this one too.
all right, we'll let you go into this one then.
Right.
All right, so the show is about this badass spy dude with blonde hair, and I forget his name because I'm bad with names. But
Forger.
for
Twilight?
a
Lloyd Forger.
spy job, which one? Or what's his
Lloyd
name?
Forger. Or Lloyd.
Lloyd Forger.
Yeah, he takes up the name Lloyd Forger, but his code
yeah,
name
he's-
is Twilight. I
yeah.
don't think we know his real name.
His real name is still in the shadow. Or was it?
And so he's a spy, and for his next spy job, that we don't really know the details of, but what we do know is that he has to start a family. He has to get a child and a wife, and he has to admit this child into a school. And doing that, I think she has to like spy on someone there eventually. And so he adopts this little girl named Anya, and she turns out to be an Esper who can read people's minds. And then in episode 2, he meets Yor, who's secretly an assassin. And Anya knows both that Yor is an assassin and that Lloyd is a spy because she has telekinesis. Or not telekinesis, but like mind-reading powers. Telepathy. There we go. But neither Lloyd nor Yor know the true identity of like
Each
what
other.
they do.
Yeah, I think
so,
like they. Mm-hmm.
So basically, the show is sort of like a little bit of a comfy slice of life, but also you get to see Yor brutally murder some people, so that's fun. And it's about
The normal
their
Wednesdays.
daily life.
The normal
Their
Wednesdays.
daily... Yeah,
Usual.
and eventually I imagine the identities or like true occupations of Yor and Lloyd and Anya's telepathy are eventually going to be sort of plot relevant. And that's
I
the show.
hope so.
Yeah.
I guess.
What I think works the strongest about Spy X Family is that here we have Anya, literally the most genius anime character ever designed, because
She can
in a
read minds. You
medium
you couldn't get more genius than that.
Yeah, in a medium where so much of anime's dialogue is inner monologue, Anya's telepathic abilities
It's
that
actually-
let her
oh, yeah.
exploit people to her benefit, so that way, even when we hear inner monologue, we don't have to waste our time like repeating it out loud or having like the train of thought or the pace of the show slow down. Anya is just able to read it as if they were speaking aloud, and thus like not only keep the flow of the show at a nice constant stream without having to like pump the brakes every now and then, also allows her to exploit these grown adults and like anyone around her to her benefit, making her one of the most overpowered characters in all of anime. She could solo Goku.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
No way she couldn't.
Actually, about
Could
that monologue
Anya
thing.
beat Saitama? That is the question.
About that monologue thing, I haven't never thought about it. I thought about it. That was actually very clever, a clever way to go about like train of thought and not make it interrupt the flow.
I really like.
Yeah, because like how many times have you been watching a fucking anime and then the main character like starts inner monologuing to themselves? You're just like, okay, you're saying nothing. You're either saying nothing of importance or you are saying something that I should be inferring by just watching the show and like looking at your facial expressions. You are telling rather than showing. And so here we have Anya, who's like, hey, if we're just gonna have this inner monologue, why don't we you work it into the actual mechanics of the show?
She's an actual thing. She has an actual plot, which is surprised me since the first time I looked at the promotional art. I only saw Anya sticks out for some reason, and I thought of her as like a bait of some sorts. But no, she actually has plot relevance, and I appreciate her for that.
Something I like about Anya is that although she is like in a lot of ways just a basic cheerful child character, she has a little bit more to her in the sense that like because she can read everyone's minds and she knows their occupation, she's just always excited about like this new life of hers and like, oh, you're an assassin? That's so cool. I want to see where this goes.
No, actually,
just constant source of excitement and is really endearing.
She has such a cool life.
I'm going to
because she's probably had such a horrible fucked up childhood.
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet the moment like she knew that Lloyd was a spy, she lit up and like, oh my god, I can finally live my dream of seeing a spy IRL.
I don't even know if it's like a matter of it being like her dream. I think she just like was so fucked up from her previous life as a test subject for those psychic powers, and then all of her families just like not wanting to deal with her, probably because they got bothered by it in some way. She probably used it to exploit them, but like she's just so excited to be like, holy shit,
an actual parent that will care for me. Oh my god. Oh wow.
Yeah, I get to be the daughter of a world like operative spy and then this assassin mom. Holy shit, I'm never gonna be bored again.
I really hope they go over her childhood.
Literally living. She is literally and figuratively living in an anime. I would shit if I know I was living. My parents are a spy and an assassin too. To be honest.
Oh, I'd be ecstatic. I really would be.
For whatever reason, Anya's design reminds me a lot of Momo Kawamoto, which I mean they do look pretty similar, and I think that's a good thing because Momo Kawamoto is the best child character I've ever seen in anime, so that's promising.
Is that the girl from Barakamon or is that?
Yeah,
no.
It's the Barakamon girl.
Sangatsu no Lion.
March Comes the Lion.
yeah.
Okay, is it the orange-haired one?
It's the orange-haired one, yes.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen one picture of her and then never seen anything else, so I don't think I can comment on that.
She was my profile picture for a while.
Oh,
Wait, no,
I don't think I've seen it.
I don't think she objection. I don't think she looks kind. She looks exactly like Kawamoto, but them both are children.
Outline. If you took away her, Anya's little like spike hair curly things, her accessories, like they would have the same silhouette.
Yeah. I guess like one of them is a twin tail, and I think that was a twin tail.
It's a little different.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it a twin tail.
Just a touch.
They're more like hair
thought you
buns.
were.
They're like Princess Leia hair buns.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought you were gonna say like she looks like Nadeshiko from Eurocamp, but I don't know where I got that, but. I think it was a hairstyle. Yeah, I think.
I mean, she is also pink and round.
Yeah,
so.
Pink and round, spiky. Yes.
Has Nadeshiko ever eaten peanuts?
I do feel.
This is her now. Feel old yet?
Man, when I heard that clip, my first thought was, I'm absolutely not going to pervert this clip throughout the course of the podcast.
But so many people have.
Video.
Oh no!
And I definitely already didn't just put in a whole bunch of those clips out of context with incorrect subtitles right here in this moment.
No, that's a good editing
bit?
choice.
Which bit?
I do feel like I am being pandered to a little bit by Anya. I feel like I'm being marketed to.
Same, to be honest.
A little bit like,
Like,
hey,
that's one reason why I was sort of in doubt about it the first time I saw it. Like, oh my god, this hits too close to home. I'm not sure if the rest is good.
He's like, it is. I was a little bit like, is like Anya actually a good character, or has Wit and Cloverworks just thrown an adorable little girl into my lap and be like, please clap,
Please protect. Please protect.
you
Please,
you may now change your profile pics and post reaction images of her at your leisure.
You may
You're
now.
You know what?
No,
Honestly, even if I'm being pandered to, I don't care. She's adorable and I love her and want to hug her, want to protect. I feel
protect.
that. I don't care if it's marketing.
Remember,
It's working.
I am in
working,
the
you know what,
palm
guys?
of Wit
Good plan.
Studios'
You're so
hands, and
actually.
I don't care about it.
yeah. You know what? It works, all right. Yeah, y'all pandered to us, and we pandered to it. So,
I was gonna
I
say
am
I
but
want
a
to be a
puppet on a
father.
Very
strings
adorable.
yeah, same. No.
You want that?
I feel like that might be a bit
No,
soft.
no, Casual, you can't do that. Don't you know that Lloyd's already getting canceled for
Oh no.
sleeping next to
for
her
sexualizing
adoptive
children,
daughter?
for like lifting her up and showing. Shall we go on that?
Lifting her up and showing her fatherly affection and sleeping next to her on the couch.
Oh,
Cancelled.
blasphemy!
This perversion that I've chosen to imbue into the narrative that didn't exist before.
Blasphemy! No, how we'll let their kid watch this stuff? Oh my god, this is terrible.
I'm quitting anime. I can't watch this anymore. I can't support this industry.
Oh no, this just ruined. This ruined. Anyway,
Anyway, here's my black race edit.
oh no.
Feel free to get mad about it, people on Twitter.
Stay mad, baby. Stay mad. Cope, Sith, Ratio, L. What else? What else did the Twitter user say?
Skill
I have
issue.
no
I think I.
Touch
You
grab.
fell off.
You fell
Skill
off.
issue. You
Pedophile.
fell off.
Honestly, just say pedophile.
Yeah, but you like child character because she's cute. Pedophilia. I am going to report you to the FBI.
Okay, there's a funny occurrence that happened when I saw that black edit of Anya. The tweet under it, okay, and I'm not sure how much this says about me, but it was a promotion from the UK government that said, "Have you been inadvertently looking at child porn? Please report it here."
That's hilarious. Oh my god. I wish you would
This
screenshot that. Oh my, that would be the perfect.
I'll try and find it again. But
This will never come up in context again. But I just want to say now because this is what it reminded me of, and it's really fucking awful. But I couldn't help but laugh at it anyway. I don't know if you remember this. It was like barely a controversy. It wasn't even a controversy. People just got mad about it for no reason. When the Nagatoro dub cast was announced, like it was either earlier this year or last year, and Nagatoro's voice actress was black. And people were like, oh, she's not actually black, you know, why are you casting a black woman as a dark-skinned Japanese woman? And people just making up reasons to be angry because they're
That
stupid.
conversation. Oh wow. Okay, that format I know. That format I do know. It's like the most common thing. Like, oh my god, an actor acting. Oh, yeah.
And it's like, but then the one clip I saw of it while I was perusing the trending tab was, whoa guys, I found a leaked clip of the Nagatoro dub performance. Check it out. And it's a video.
I'm gonna double check whether her Japanese seiyuu is white or black. Just
her Japanese seiyuu is Asian.
they just had a Westerner come in and dub it.
Vlusky, do we have to have the conversation about how even though all of the anime characters do not have slanty eyes, they are all
the
Asian?
internet dropped.
Oh
my
no.
god. Okay. We're back. Hopefully.
There was a similar discussion about Love Live, wasn't there?
Conversation.
Yes.
But what I wanted to say though is while I was perusing the trending tab, someone said, "Oh, here's a leaked clip of the Nagatoro dub performance," and the picture was just like the poster of the anime, but the audio was just a gorilla going apeshit.
Oh, that sounds like a funny yum yum.
And I was
time.
like, "Wow,
Fun for the
that's
whole
horribly
family,
fucking
totally.
racist," and I laughed my ass off until I cried about it.
Oh god.
I was cry laughing.
Somehow
all
related to
canceled. We're all
Anya.
canceled
This
right
is amazing.
We really are.
All right. Well,
Yeah, back to
It's
Spy
the only reason I
X
can bring it up.
Spy X
Yeah, back
family
to
is
a better
related
show.
to Nagatoro. No clickbait.
When Lloyd was like threw off that woman he was dating at the very start of the episode to get to the diplomat with the toupee and said, "I can't see any more intelligent conversations in you." I was like, I stood up and clapped.
Sigma male. That's what he
That
is.
was hilarious.
Like freaking Chad move right there. just be blunt.
The fact she was called Karen as well. I don't know if anybody else noticed that. That made me laugh my ass off.
I think it came out the manga came out just before we started calling people like that Karen, but I suppose it's still a funny.
It is
coincidence.
a happy coincidence. I'll give it that.
Even though she didn't do anything particularly Karen-esque, but
Oh no, I just found the coincidence quite funny.
I'd say that the show's overall appeal is just like the funny comedic happenings and the cute slice of life, and like probably eventually like the sort of it's a show about starting a family, and I like that. I like me some dragon maids.
Do you guys
What are some
will
other
think that they
shows about
like they
starting
will stay?
families?
Yes.
I mean, I guess
Found
Sangatsu
Family
no
is
Lion
quickly becoming
has-
my favorite trope of all time.
It's a show about family. And do you guys will think that they like the family will stay a family like later on in the series?
Yeah.
Literally, that's the only way it can end.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
Like,
no,
that is the entire
So,
point of
since,
the
like,
Found
since
Family
Lloyd, no,
show.
since Lloyd exclusively looks for a wife and job just for the job, like what will he do when he finished the job?
I wonder what will happen
no,
to the
there's-
spy who
so
was
in my head
normally
there's two
so
options.
reserved
Or like-
and dedicated to his mission, but who
Oh.
has shown weakness around this child and this woman.
Mm.
I wonder if he's going to develop attachments.
he's already
I
he already has
consumed
developed
2 shows
attachments.
only ever in my life.
Ah, interesting.
It would be a genius plot
Is
development
the-
if they just didn't. Like, I would laugh my ass off if the ending was just
It
them
would-
all just breaking apart.
Oh yeah, the
Say, alright,
ending
see
of
ya.
Spy X Family is divorce.
Divorce. And Anya is now back
Much
to the
like in real
orphanage.
life.
Go back to preschool. You are
Lloyd's
not
gonna
worthy
pick
anymore.
up Anya like a basketball, dribble her all the way down the street, and then slam dunk her back into the orphanage.
Oh,
I think a
What
better
if he's
outcome
gonna
would
hit
be
a Fortnite
Lloyd being
default
a single
dance?
father.
come on, man.
When did we get so caught up in Lloyd?
Because we
Me,
talk-
when I
because-
introduced him.
Because we
he's a
talk
cool-
about Anya
he's a
enough,
cool
and we need to
character.
talk about the other characters eventually.
We'll get to the actual best character in the show in a bit. I just want to keep going off on how much I didn't think I'd get into Lloyd as much as I did, but like they're doing the thing, man. They're wearing me down. He's like, oh, it's the guy who's
thing.
normally so cold and dedicated to the job, but now he's doing the one thing you should never do, just like the Sonic 2 movie told us. The one thing a secret agent should never do: develop attachments.
Oh no.
Such a cliche plot point, but I really love it in this one.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we'll kinda see how
sort of,
it
it
goes.
definitely
We'll kinda
helps
see.
that Anya is so sweet. She's got like her facial expressions are all a gold
Actually,
mine.
she
first
is
of
very
all.
expressive. I noticed. Like as with all child
And
characters,
then-
but hey.
Yeah, most child characters.
Most.
Some of them are. Oh man,
Depends on the
do we
budget.
have any fellow My Hero Academia Airy haters in the chat?
I have
I'm
not seen
proud
that.
to say I've
that-
never seen it.
Anyone want to? Yeah. Okay. Good.
Never even know.
Yeah, that's an example of a child character done poorly.
Oh.
Literally not even a character, just a little girl that has to be saved.
That just
She
sounds
exists.
horrible.
That's it. That's the plot. Moving on.
Meanwhile, Anya is so much of a Chad. She watches a guy get fucking straight up domed in front of her, cold point blank killed, and she's not even traumatized.
She just has
Oh,
all
yeah,
of
she-
the
no, I
GIF
just reminded me-
expressions.
I just got reminded of that plot. No.
Yeah, it's a
That's
comfy
I did
show
find
on
that
the
a little
whole.
weird. It's like,
Yeah, it's like a
Yes.
comfy show on
I-
the whole, but like then there's just these sudden bursts of violence.
Murder.
But it's not like
Murder.
it doesn't feel like
Violence.
a contrast. I mean, I think it's going for a contrast, but it doesn't feel brutal most
Like
of
it
the
just,
time.
Well,
it just like
The reason
smoothly
the reason why that
transitions
is
between them.
because he. Yeah, I was gonna say the reason why that is Crunchy is because the crime boss killed that guy over disagreeing about what to do about the governor's toupee or some shit.
Fair. I guess it works.
I like that.
Bit
That is
in episode 2. Like it does feel a little more brutal when like it's the main character, or I guess the deuteragonist, but whatever semantics. Just killing
just
a bunch
straight
of people for
mutilates
her
people.
job, and then she's like
and
just
she doesn't even feel
monologuing to
remorse
herself.
about it. She just
Yeah,
gotta wash the blood off.
Gotta
oh
wash
no,
the blood
I tore,
off. Oh
I tore
no.
my dress.
Oh no, I stayed.
That was a
just-
little
Shucks,
metal.
Darn.
That
was
was
You know,
raw.
she's
that
an
got me.
interesting character. She's an interesting character. Like she got this
Yeah,
really
I
serious
was gonna
job.
say now that we're
She's got
Now
this
that we're
really
getting into
serious
your-
job, but like she's also very clumsy. But also she is point blank accurate with her blade pin, I guess. But also she is really really oblivious, and also. Oh my!
We'll just list all of yours
yeah,
qualities.
you're currently going through like all the
All
reasons
of them
why Yor
contradicts
is the
that,
best character
and
of the
it
show.
works somehow.
First of all, she's dripped out to fuck. Like her design is easily the best of the three.
Oh,
I love
absolutely.
her hair, her hairband, her little needle earrings, her red eyes.
She's built
She's got an adorable face.
different.
You know what?
She is
Really, it
built
wouldn't matter if
to
she was a
be.
terrible character as long as she was hot as fuck. I'd still simp. That's my
Honestly,
reasoning.
100%.
But she's not a terrible
No,
character.
she's not. I'm
she's
just
the
saying,
best
even
one.
if she was.
Even if she was.
Yeah.
Action. I think I listed her personalities earlier. I like it. You know, I like all the characters. I think like if I have to pick a favorite, it would still be Anya, but she's close second.
Well, Anya's the mascot, but yours is the one who like most intrigues me, if only because she's like she's a woman who seems like so earnest about genuinely wanting a nice home life, yet at the same time has absolutely zero qualms about her job as a remorseless assassin.
I do murder in my free time. No big deal.
I like how it really.
Yeah,
isn't-
she picks up the phone thinking that it's her brother again, and then it's her employee being like, "Hey, I got another target." Then she like instantly switches from her normal demeanor to
the
her
thing.
stone cold killer demeanor. Like, all right, who am I supposed to kill this time? And she goes and
Cracks-
she fucking
cracks
slaughters like
fingers.
10 dudes.
Cracks fingers, and then when she's done with the job, she's back on housewife mode.
And it's like it's that contrast that makes her so interesting,
Actually, now
especially
that I think
her
about it,
desire.
Her contrasting personality contrasts nicely. No, I think like it goes nicely with how contrasting the show is. Like on one bit it's really wholesome, and one bit it's just bloody murder. I think that's I think that was going to be the point later on, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the one bit about Yor that I wish they had kind of like explained a little bit better, and it took me a while to pick up on, is that she's like very gullible, and I guess that's because she's like she had a sheltered childhood from her assassin raising days, but like it got to the point where it's like these dudes are straight up shooting guns at Lloyd, and she's still convinced that it's
It's a medical
all
therapy.
therapy.
I mean, she is an assassin. She's supposed to know about that.
Yeah, but like how much of this retard logic am I able to expect her to operate on before it becomes completely like impossible to follow?
There's a part of me that thinks like, I mean, it probably won't go here, but there was a part of me that's like, what if they went the route where it's like she knows, but she's just sort of like playing along or something
Oh,
like
I
that? Maybe that
wish.
could be interesting. I don't
wish.
think it's going for that, but if it does,
I
I'm
don't
gonna be
think so either. I
clapping.
think they're only
That
gonna
would
keep the
be-
Anya is the only one who knows.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, if that was the case, standing ovation. That's smart.
I mean, the
What
proposal
if it
itself
wasn't? What
was
if it
do
wasn't?
like-
What if it wasn't?
What were you saying about the pose casual?
No, I thought the proposal at the end of that scene was like fucking amazing.
Oh yes, man.
Oh yeah, I
Like,
had a
oh,
note about it. Lloyd losing the ring and then replacing it with the pin of the grenade he just
and then it's
threw
like,
at a
oh
bunch of
bam!
dudes.
You know,
Fantastic imagery for
I
this
talked
kind
about
of
it with my
show.
sister before. Oh my god, we both got blown away by how they brought even just the setup first. Like, oh, they wanted. No, let's start with the marriage proposal first. It was so it was so sudden, but it works so well with how they are, and then how Lloyd just agrees with it for some reason, and then like he grabs the diamond ring, and then he realized the pocket had a hole in it, and then he grabbed the grenade, and the way he grabbed the grenade, grabbed the pin, throw it away. It's just an incredibly well paced, it's well done scene of it. It's chef's kiss.
Just your local
We
therapist
gotta
throwing
give credit
grenades.
to the director. Gotta give credit to the director, Kazuhiro Furuhashi, who's best known for also directing Dororo, Gundam Unicorn, Rurouni Kenshin, and the 1999 anime of Hunter x Hunter. So he's been around the block. He's been in the game for a while.
Good thing I haven't
He's
seen
better.
any of them.
I trust him with this stuff. I'm currently looking at the staff page.
I will say I was expecting, at least from the visuals, a little bit more from a collaboration of motherfucking Studio Wit and Cloverworks. Cause like that should be like a knockout punch. So explain to me why I'm seeing CG crowd characters in episode 2 mark 7 minutes 53 seconds.
Oh no.
They were in episode 1 too. Like that's the one thing that disappoints me about the show visually, which is that obviously CG. And I mean, I guess it is a little less animated than I expected it to be, but it's still like so visually consistent that I don't mind it.
I don't know. I thought it looked pretty
feel like
standard.
I personally don't
the
get
proper
it.
amount
You know
of
what, guys?
animation thus
I
far.
actually didn't even notice the characters.
No, I didn't notice the
probably
CG
haven't-
either, to be honest.
I didn't pay attention
I've
to
become
them at all.
it's barely in it. Yeah, I've been watching anime for so long that like my eyes instantly spot it, and I was like,
Yeah.
ooh, these
Oh,
sons
no,
of bitches.
these- Oh no!
But, like,
Oh no, 3D!
then again,
Oh no, the Z-axis! Oh no,
Then
compositing!
again, like Cloverworks has always, at least to me, been very visually inconsistent, and I mean that in the sense that they're always, like most of the time, 90%, it's just incredible animation, beautiful, on model characters, but then 10% of the time they'll have something like, let's say, crusty background, or like they just took a photo from real life and overlaid the characters over it and like blurred the fuck out of it just so you wouldn't notice it as much. Cloverworks has always, to me, just been a little inconsistent, and so
part of it believes that they have
3D crowd shots and something they're associated with isn't incredibly surprising to me, just because Cloverworks to me has always been the studio that's almost peak quality, but then they rush it just a little bit.
But then, what is the excuse when they've got Wit on board helping them out? Like, Wit should be picking up their slack, if not even just hard carrying the show.
Yeah,
Cloverworks should be the one picking up any kind of slack.
I'd forgive it if it was just in episode 1, because that's the one that Cloverworks did, but Wit did episode 2 wholly by themselves, apparently, so I don't know what the excuse
that's
is there.
how they're splitting it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, so now, no excuses there. Never mind.
Maybe they saw how much
illuminating.
Mappa got away with it with Attack on Titan.
enough
It's like, what if
budget.
we just snuck it in a little bit?
They don't have enough
Attack on
budget. The animators are notoriously underpaid.
Well,
I thought Wit was one of the good ones about that.
to come in the same year as Ranking of Kings, which definitely doesn't look bad by any stretch, it's kind of disappointing personally, but
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't look as good as Ranking of Kings without a doubt.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Ranking
definitely
of
the best
Kings.
looking show of the season.
I
Grudgy, you
Google.
didn't tell me you forgot what Ranking of Kings looked like.
I forgot
I
what
didn't
I
forget.
don't
I was
I
going to
don't
say,
even
like,
know what
yeah,
it looks
it's-
like. I don't even know what it looks like.
I was gonna say the tone of your voice made it sound like you were trying to remember.
No, Ranking of Kings is like way better looking than Spy X Family. The reason why I sounded like that was because I was trying to think back to all the other shows in this season to think like, is it really the best looking one? And yeah, Spy X Family is definitely the best looking show of the season. Like no doubts.
it is. You know what? Aside from the CG bit that I probably didn't notice, actually I didn't notice, and I think it's good. It's really very
like,
polished, well done,
are
and
good.
very consistent.
I think I have two
Yeah, I like
shows that I'd
Yeah,
probably say compete with it on visuals personally, but I see what you're going for.
Yeah, the animation cuts are good. Like when they get into fight scenes, it's pretty smooth.
Personally,
there
in
were
my
a couple
humble
times.
in my humble personal opinion, I have my own personal favorites, but this one is still very well done. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, there were a couple times. I think like episode 2 in that part where it's like raiding the jewel thieves to get like all the jewelry back. When he was like drawn as, I think they were smear framing the fuck out of it to fight all those dudes. That part didn't look particularly great. But it's like it's the moment. It's one of those shows where like the moment to moment animation is above average, which is good for this kind of show, which is good for any anime, really.
I mean, it doesn't need to look like visually stunning, does it? Really?
It just.
I mean, the artwork is immaculate.
Oh, yeah.
The character art is like all is.
Okay, so I just noticed
frame that's
about
on
like.
screen is good.
Okay, I was talking about. I was just looking at it the other day. I just noticed. So I know the cover art, like the main key visual. It was like a reflection thing. It took me too long to realize that the reflection was their real side.
True selves. Come on, dude. That's like poster imagery 101.
I am ashamed of myself.
You should
That was
be
the
ashamed.
first thing I saw when I looked at the poster.
God damn it.
I didn't even look at the bottom half. I'm gonna be honest.
One might even argue.
Oh,
One might even argue that was like the entire focal point of the poster.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's a really good poster.
That's right. No, it's
It's
really
a good
clever.
poster.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck talking about the actual shows. Let's just judge the rest of these anime based on the quality of their posters.
All right, sweet. Let's just rate it from highest to lowest.
Vosky,
I
this
know
is
what
a
I'd
bit
have
that
low.
take forever.
I only have a couple more notes left about Spy X Family. What was up with that one bitch at the party?
Oh my god!
Oh.
Talking about such hateable anime characters, like I feel like she was
designed
contrived
to
in
be
that.
hated. Like, no. Okay, you know what? Something. If she was designed to be hated, then the directors did an amazing job. I want to punch her in the face
Like-
5,000 times.
Yeah, but like, what was her damage though? Just because she actually showed up with a man. Like she already had a man. What's her beef?
She went up to Yor and was like, "No
I guess
bitches?"
it's just very sort of
bitches.
prideful, and so she was like proven wrong. So it wounded her pride. She was like, Yor actually does have a boyfriend. You know, I thought she was just a fucking loser. I was gonna report her as a spy because I'm an evil person." And so, you know, I guess it's just sort of her pride.
And she tries
being
to-
wounded.
And I'm never going to be seen
to
again.
dump the gratin on her, and then badass Yor kicks it out of the air and then balances it on her leg.
That was
Alright, dude,
amazing.
the line that came right after from Lloyd, he was like, you know, glad you saved that, but like, a lady shouldn't kick like that, or something like that. Something
Well, it's
to
like-
that effect.
It's like you shouldn't. It's not
It's the least of your
like
issues,
proper
it's the least
to
of-
handle food with your legs. And
Oh
she's like,
yeah,
I'm
that was
sorry."
the line. Yeah, that entire scene was just fucking mwah. At least those lines of
It's-
dialogue. You know, I guess
it's
you
very
have your
obvious, like
qualms.
how. Oh, go ahead.
I guess you all have your qualms about the one girl who's like just there to be a bitch, which I mean, yeah, fair enough. Didn't get on my nerves.
Oh, I didn't like.
I know. I don't.
I didn't think it detracted from the show. I was just like wondering what like.
Why?
What made her go
Where
so
does she come
far?
from? Personally, I like that bit because it like introduces who the girl was. Oh, no. Who, what's her name again? who
Yor?
Yor was, and like and her predicament, and then yeah, it's good.
I like how Yor was like contemplating after Lloyd never showed up. It never occurred to her to kill him. It just occurred to her to kill all the adults at the party and
Oh
leave.
no! Oh yeah! I just remembered that.
I thought she was gonna like go into like a yandere rage, but no, she's just like she's just a sad girl. She's like,
Sad boy.
damn, I got
pensive
stood up.
wavy.
I really need to see a show like that though, where one of the main characters just goes batshit insane and starts murdering a room full of people.
It's called Mirai Nikki.
Okay.
Well, I said good.
Adding that onto my list.
Alright,
Mirai
casual.
Nikki.
Casual. For that, I would recommend Katana Gatari. Except that I hate the ending, but that does happen.
All right.
Oh yeah, I still haven't got on that yet. I really will have
actually, I
to.
did. Fair enough.
I think the two most like heartwarming moments in the whole 2 episodes that we've seen thus far. The first one where Anya is able to get into the school, and not just because she tried to read people's minds like she said she would, but all the kids didn't know jack shit about the test, so she actually had to use the studying that she learned with her dad. And then they celebrate, and Lloyd's picking her up because he's genuinely like feeling happiness and relaxation for the first time, and he's like he's now and self-realization that he's feeling relaxed. He's like, oh, is this I've forgotten what this felt like.
It's a really, really tightly paced show. Like, I didn't expect it to go that hard on like him, feeling happy that quickly, but it did, and I definitely appreciate that.
It
works
Yeah, it never occurred to me once to put it on double speed.
I didn't
No.
double
No way.
speed
Like,
any
that's
show.
a crime.
In contrast to the next show.
It is a crime to put Spy X Family on double speed.
If anything, put it on half speed.
I think my
it's only
so I can
half
watch Anya
comprehensible.
and Yor more.
More your
It's only half.
absolutely.
Your.
She does have like the best outfit, like costume design. When she
Yeah,
like
for
not
real,
only when
though.
she's in her assassin drip, but also in her when she goes to her party.
Yeah, the casual drip and the assassin drip. Oh my god, actually I saw
Everyone has good costume design in the show, actually.
oh no,
Yor just happens to have the best.
I just saw a cosplay of Yor, and it looks fucking stunning. I love it so much. So yeah, I think it's
Speaking of Yor, my favorite moment of the 2 episodes thus far is when Yor kicks that one dude that was about to drop a knife on Lloyd who wasn't able to dodge it, and then like flies all the way into a wall, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry that an amateur like myself got involved in this like professional therapy shit." And Lloyd can't help but laugh. He's like, "Holy shit, you kicked him so far, dude!" And she's like, "Yeah, I guess I did kick him pretty hard, huh?"
Their
And
chemistry
they're
is
genuinely
great.
connecting.
It really is.
it's really
Yeah, it's
really
like,
perfect.
It's planting the seeds of like, oh, once they're not gonna find out about their real identities for a long while, otherwise we're not gonna have a show. But we're gonna build bit by bit to it, because it's gonna happen at one point, and the ride to get there, if it's gonna have moments like this, it's gonna be filled with like connections like this. It's gonna be
Like
one to watch
they'll
for.
slowly this is my game theory. They'll slowly know about each other, like slowly cracks, like they see through each other's cracks, and then they slowly learn about what they actually do, and then in the end, it's a bit of a conundrum. Like, do I want to be with this guy? Do I want to be with a spy or a assassin? And I think if
I can't wait for the inevitable moment where Yor gets the assassination call to assassinate Twilight. Because you know that's gonna
That's such an
Yes.
obvious
Oh.
plot
That
point
would be
that's coming up.
peak.
I'm looking
Yeah,
for
it's
it.
obvious, but that's gonna be peak. That I can't wait.
I was
I
just
am
more
looking
disappointed I
forward to
couldn't see episode 3 before coming on here. I really would have
Yes,
liked
me
to talk
too.
about
It's
one
okay,
more.
it came out literally like 2
Yeah.
hours ago.
Yeah.
It's literally when we just joined the VC. And like we're setting up everything.
This is
Alright,
the first
last thing I want to note about Spy Family. OP, contender for one of opening of the year.
It looks stunning. Like it actually really
It's
stylized
like
well. Hang on,
It's something fucking Pixar would make, bro.
I may have skipped it.
What?
how dare you?
I have no words for this slander, for this heresy. They go. Wit and Cloverworks went out of their way to make the opening so fucking jazzy, so fucking inspired creatively and visually.
It's Pixar. No, literally Pixar.
All right,
Oh my God.
fucking casual.
It might as well be
casual.
Pixar. It's like fucking
Alright, man.
Ratatouille.
First
Yeah.
you're British, and then you skip the Spy X Family opening.
Unforgivable.
One more. You
Kick
have
him
one,
out of the
You have one
podcast.
strike left. You have one strike left, casual.
That's all my notes on Spy X Family. Any y'all
Yeah.
got anything you want to add?
I think that's all too.
You
for
told me that we were gonna
Huh?
talk about the supposed Twitter drama that I didn't get to
Oh, yeah.
witness because I don't use.
You're
Twitter.
not on Twitter. I think
we
we
did
brushed
kinda talk
over it.
about it
I think
already.
we
Wait,
brushed
we already
over
talked
it. But
about it. When?
my thoughts on it. It's usual Twitter. Just mute and block everyone that talks about it that way. It's not worth not worth being mad at
Fair
that. Really, it's been a thing since Twitter's existence. So yeah, no. Okay, actually, I think I heard you guys brought up Nagatoro for a bit. Yeah, I think it's been a thing since that, no? Hey.
It's been happening since earlier than Nagatoro.
Yeah. Oh, this
I feel like that was one of the most popular ones to happen, though.
Oh wow. Oh no.
No, the
racist.
Uzaki shit was
Oh
way
yeah,
worse.
Ozaki. Yes.
That was cancer.
I think the shit around Dragon Maid is way worse.
Dragon
I
Maid
didn't
was like
witness that.
it was like
I
a
see
bit
that
lower.
discourse all the
No.
time.
Dragon Maid was a bit lower, but it's like a bit
Dragon Maid's
long-term.
fucking existence pisses some people off,
Well, oh my
For some
god, a show
reason.
about dragons with
and that
boobs?
they will not survive the rapture.
I was off of Twitter by the time the Dragon Maid season 2 controversy happened, so I did not have to see that, and I'm so excited for that. I thank my blessing or count my blessings every day that I
Actually,
didn't have to see that.
guys, I need to confess, there are points in Kobayashi S2 season 2 that it really turned me off because of just the badonkers. But it's still a kid's show. Hey, Crunchy, you should watch season 2.
I should.
Yeah,
I
Crunchy,
really
you should watch
should.
season 2 of one of your
When?
favorite shows of all time.
Yeah, what you quote unquote favorite show of all time? When will you watch the season 2? When I'm ready. That's
Neon Manta, I can't watch my probably I'm gonna say third favorite show of all time under Barakamon and Sangatsu no Lion, because I'm too busy watching how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom.
Oh.
I thought you were about to segue into Aharen is Indecipherable.
No, okay. You know what? Wait. Okay, let's do that as a segue. Aharen is undecipherable.
But before we get into that, did any other notes?
No.
Just so I to make sure no one gets left behind.
Yeah, no, my
please,
notes are
everyone,
my notes
continue to
are
use
most hype of
Anya
the
gifs.
season, Lost for Words, Pink Haired Girl, fan service, Twitter, the lady, the marrying shot, and then the popularity. Okay, I think that's all.
Okay. And then we can move on to
So Aharen is
Crunchy's,
indecipherable. This is
greatest, yeah, also known as my legal lolly classmate can't possibly be this autistic.
that's
that's
so
not
accurate.
white.
That should be the official
No, I-
synonym. That should be
no,
the
I made
official
it up.
synonym.
The English
That should
title
be-
is
that
Aharen
should
is
be- That should be the
Indecipherable.
official synonym.
It should.
Oh, it
It,
really
it,
should
it,
be.
it might as well be.
That's a better title than
So-
Aharen-sen is Indecipherable.
Yeah, she is decipherable. So the title is a bit
You just
misleading.
you just have to be an autist to understand it.
I've deciphered that she's cute as fuck, and that's all I need to decipher, really.
She's good as fuck, and that's it. That's the show. It's just her being cute. Full stop.
So, remember when I said that the Spy X Family wouldn't be the only Shonen Jump Plus show we talk about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is another one of them.
Oh.
Ooh. Alright.
I was surprised to find that out because I didn't think Shonen Jump was the kind of place to have these kinds of shows.
That's really surprising to me, personally.
Amazing.
I don't pay attention.
So what about the
to
show itself?
Shonen,
What about
Shonen
the
Jump
show itself?
magazine? So,
Mm.
yeah. So the show itself, I feel like there might be a little bit of disagreement here, among our party because I've heard Vlusky talk about the show a little bit, and I've just sat there passively watching, not saying anything, just letting it slide, letting his crimes against humanity
Putting mental
slide.
notes,
As I go
mental notes.
slowly
Uh-huh.
as I slowly want to smack him more and more,
God.
the slander that he has wrought upon Aharen-sen is indecipherable. Vlusky, your time is here.
This is the trial.
The
This
day of
council-
reckoning
oh,
has
no.
come.
This is a threat of violence, Vlusky. I hope you realize that. I will go to the Philippines just to correct you with a smack.
Slight correction, but it's Indonesian. But what the hell? Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
Well,
please.
I'm
What's the
stupid,
difference?
Vlusky. Get
What's
used
the difference? Yeah, it's Southeast Asia. It's Southeast Asia. You're close enough. Anyway,
You'll be in the
All
ballpark
right.
to visit.
Go
so
got
ahead,
within a
Crunchy. Tell
100.
us about your Black Panther.
Okay, so Aharen-sen is Indecipherable is about this little legal lolly girl who's a high schooler, and she's basically like this, deadpan, but also does like mimetic, nonsensical stuff. And so his classmate, Raito-kun, is like, he's sitting next to her, so he's like, you know what? I want to make a friend. It's the beginning of high school, don't want to be lonely. So he's like, hey, Aharen, want to be friends? And she's like, sure. And then the rest of the show is Aharen being weird as hell and Raito not understanding anything. And so he tries to understand her. And the comedy, it's admittedly a misunderstanding comedy, a little bit, but it's also woven into the premise in such a way that I think it's fucking hilarious and adorable. And yeah, so I guess let the discourse begin.
So I said a few things about
just
the
watch
show
Kobe
already.
can't communicate, forehead.
Yes, yeah. So, what was it about my opinion again? What was it about my? What did I say about it?
Do you not know your own opinion?
Flusky,
No,
how could you wound Crunchy so that to talk about his favorite show and badmouth it and then come to the podcast and be like, oh man, what did I have to
never
say
said
about the
that.
forgettable show
No,
again?
I said a few things. Was it a skip 5-bit?
What? Oh yeah, you said okay. So Vlusky, the fucking traitorous scumbag that he is.
class
he
traitor.
said Aharen-san is so much easier to watch when you just continuously hit the skip 5 seconds forward button.
I got that's my strategy for like everything now. Guys, I have to admit the show is very fun. It's very wholesome, but it's also like very, very slow to me. I can't help it, and the speed
kinda
thing
slow.
doesn't work. So I just use the next best thing. And I'm really sorry, Crunchy, but aside from that, I like the show.
You like the
Aside
show,
from
yet
skipping
you
half
skip
the
it.
episode.
I
love this show.
Aside from
Oh,
the,
casual,
from
did you
them
skip?
watering
Did you
down
skip half
jokes
the
so much.
episode?
No. I
He's
really
talking about
enjoyed this
Vlusky.
one, to be honest.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, is everyone gonna turn on Crunchy right now?
No. Oh, everyone. So that implies that
firmly
you're
in the
turning
Crunchy
against me
camp
too, Neon Manta. Okay, so is it gonna be
What?
a casual?
No, I definitely don't think that this
Okay.
show is just 10 hours of soft lolly breathing, the animated series, and that you can just watch Comey Can't Communicate for a more fulfilling experience of the same exact premise.
10 hours of soft lolly breathing.
Why,
is a
why
pretty
would you
good
even
anime,
assume
honestly.
that?
I wonder.
I wonder too. Maybe it's because you just admitted it.
Right.
All right, I gotta give props though where it's due. The fucking author of the manga, Asato Mizu, had the biggest brain play of his life. He just sat down and was like, "Hey, what if I draw a manga with 2 characters with stone-faced expressions that I'll never have to change ever in my life, and then I can just make bank off of that by just drawing the same faces for the next few years and see the money roll in."
Motherfucker,
That's
just
not
Control C
fair.
and
That's
Control
not
V on
fair.
Photoshop.
So-
Amazing.
So
She's
trying.
Okay, so it's a fair
Yeah,
criticism.
you know,
for writing.
These motherfuckers are out here trying.
If he did do that, you know what? If he did do that, I'll give him props. It works.
That's a big thing.
somehow.
All right,
Dude,
so
and then
Raito-kun-
Felix Film was like,
Actually, you know what? Okay, so
Go-
first watch. First
go
watch. you know.
ahead, Crunchy.
Oh, here.
There you go.
So for Raito-kun, I agree. I think his face is a bit too static, and that did continuously get on my nerves just a little bit. A little background detail that I'm like, please animate a little more. However, Aharen-sen has some hilarious facial expressions, some really adorable ones. Sure, she's stone-faced most of the time, but like there's just those little bits of expression that are like, ooh, this tickles my brain a little bit.
Shiver me
And so
timbers.
I have to disagree.
This fires
a
the
little bit there.
neurons.
No, okay, so hang on. So my thoughts on it. First time watching, I was having that's like, oh my god, these two stone-faced characters. How will they make it interesting? Somehow they did. For Aharen, the thing about her is that since she doesn't express her expression that much, when she did, it sticks out like a sore thumb. That's my thoughts about her, and it works actually. It caught me off guard sometimes.
How come the character is supposed to be like a stone-faced indecipherable girl has a wider range of facial expressions than our main character?
Because cuteness. In fairness, if they had to give someone a facial expression, like more facial expressions, I'd go with Aharen because she's cute.
I just want to see a smile.
If I'm gay, I'll probably have a different opinion. But yeah, Aharen cute. I like her. I want to pet her.
Wait, Casual, what did you say?
I said that I just want to see a smile. That's my one wish for the end of the season. They don't even have to hold hands. They don't have to kiss. As long as she smiles one time.
They don't need to hold hands. She's already like sitting on his dick by the end of episode 1.
Oh yeah.
Well, the holding hands
Okay,
is the least of your problems, mate.
So a few things that I really like about Aharen that I think really keep it, it's sort of my type of show. So first of all, I like the duo of just two completely deadpan characters because you'd think it just would lead to just monotonous conversation, but it actually leads to some pretty, at least I think, a pretty chilled out, relaxed dynamic that's also endearing. That's like, just stoically sitting there studying my classmate. I don't understand her at all, so I'm gonna go try and understand her with this new deadpan tactic. Just played completely straight with like just completely neutral expression. Just do this wacky thing, and it sort of heightens the comedy, at least in my opinion, that every character is just doing everything with the most just neutral expression. The most neutral expression, the most impassive tone. It's great. So it leads to funny comedy. It also leads to it feeling, relaxed and chilled out. And also,
it is. There
was a third
it is,
thing. There was a third thing I want to say, but
Uh-huh.
I forgot it.
Oh no! God damn it. Okay, so it is indeed like tagged as what is it called? Iyashike. Iyashike.
Okay.
It is. So it is relaxing, and you know what? I'll give it that point. It is relaxing, and if I didn't have to rush and watch all other shows in this time too, I probably wouldn't do the skip 10 seconds thing. But unfortunately, I need to rush this.
Okay, so I
Uh-huh.
just remembered the last thing that I wanted to say, or probably not the last thing, but the other thing I wanted to say, which is that I like how Aharen is so physical with Raido, so quickly. Like, sure, the manga's gonna drag it out. The manga's gonna make sure they don't get together until the very fucking end. Yada yada. It's how manga works, all right? I've accepted that. I've come to terms with it. What I like is how immediately physical they are. They aren't just blushing forever, afraid to even tap each other's fingers. Aharen, within the first episode, is just right next to his face, trying to tell him something, just as close as possible. So I like that,
It's
I like
very blunt, very
physically
direct, and you know what? No pandering.
On his arm,
No
on his
pandering.
lap, on his dick.
No pandering.
Just straight to the
kinda
point.
like that.
And I think that's another thing that I like about it. So we were talking about the two main characters for a while. What do you guys think about the side characters, specifically the teacher and Aharen's supposed
The
childhood
teacher's
friend?
a side character?
The teacher.
The
I don't
characters-
remember the teacher at all.
Oh, come on!
Really?
I like
That was a good joke that they
Oh,
pulled
come
with
on.
that.
I watched
Come
the
on.
first episode.
I thought you watched the whole.
the first
Crunchy, I thought you
episode.
watched the whole thing. I thought you didn't skip 10
okay.
seconds.
When did
There was a
the
joke
teacher
with the
come
teacher
in? Because
in
I
the
have
first
not.
episode?
Come on, man.
Episode 3, maybe?
Yeah, was it 3?
Was it-
Yeah,
was it
It was
Episode
3 or 4.
Three.
It was 3 or 4.
Well, if it's
So the bit
four,
what?
if it's 4, then I didn't see it.
Okay, so
I'm
the
on
bit
episode
was if you didn't remember, so the teacher saw Aharen and Raito interacting, and she thought all kinds of crazy shit. The first
Okay,
time,
I
the
haven't
first
seen
thing-
this. This is from episode
Okay.
4. Don't spoil me.
All right,
Okay.
I'm
spoilers,
going to say
bro.
it now.
Damn it.
You look forward to it. It's amazing.
Yeah. Episode
Alright.
4 has been the peak of this series so far, I
Alright.
think.
Okay,
So
that's
about- so-
exciting
I
because
will
I'm
say-
already ready to give it a very high score.
All right. Okay.
I
No
will
spoilers.
say-
No spoilers. Uh-huh. Yes.
This is the perfect anime for a mid to low tier studio like Felix Film to adapt, because they don't have to animate as much with the faces. They can just, all they need to do is like lip flaps and maybe the occasional blink. They never have to change their expression. So they're pulling a page from the author's card where he doesn't have to change the expression either.
That's clever.
Yeah, I guess in that sense it's pretty smart. The one thing that gets on my nerves about this show continuously is the CGI crowd. Every background character is CGI, and it's annoying. And yada yada.
I actually
budget.
didn't notice it this time.
I say-
What?
you know
You
what?
didn't notice it? They're everywhere.
Nope.
I didn't
Notice it.
I didn't write it down. That's
You
My
know what?
eyes
Okay,
were
so
glued.
I think this will be relevant later in the podcast, but I
Did it
think.
happen in episode 1?
Oh yeah, no, hang
I don't
on.
remember it happening in episode
I am
1.
really into like stylized CG. I think that's also someone about it. But for cases like this, I usually don't notice. So this is twice in a row now.
I'm drawing a blank, bro. I noticed it in the 1 or 2 instances that happened in Spy X Family, and for 2 seconds each, and I caught that shit out immediately. And I remember there being crowds in Aharen.
But not-
Maybe I was just so not expecting much from Aharen that I let it wash over me.
Dude,
don't
I
even
remember
notice.
I think I said this in the last podcast, like the last seasonal podcast, that I was super excited for Aharen because I knew it was going to be my type of show. That's just my type of character, my type of girl, my type of
Yeah.
God
the
damn.
one of the notes
Concept.
that I have one of the notes that I have down here is that I wonder why Crunchy was so particularly excited for this show of all things.
Yeah,
A
but
show
so it's
about-
literally like, oh no, this show is
I
so
like-
mean.
I like.
But I am
All right,
relate.
I know you're like
Yeah,
huge
like,
Kid Gawa
Crunchy, are
stan.
you yeah, but Crunchy, are you I know we don't interact much admittedly outside of the podcast, outside of just text in the group chat, but I can't help but wonder, just based on the little that I know of your taste, are you possibly projecting by chance upon
Projecting?
this
What do you mean?
man
Oh, the
Like,
main
you're,
character.
inserting
hell
yourself.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'll
Alright,
admit
so-
that.
Yeah, it's like-
fully.
100%. All right. Okay.
Oh,
You know
man,
what, hey guys?
this-
Speaking of self-projecting, you know who I projected myself to in this show? Spoiler, it's not the two main. Have you seen the Aharen's close friend, childhood
Oh
friend for
my
Ido?
god.
Yeah. I did
That
not get to
episode was
2.
intolerable. I love the show, but that episode, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm
Nah,
such
I
a
know,
Is
guys,
it like a
it's true.
situation
I'm
where
a
it
business-
has one of the side characters is absolutely insufferable, like the yandere from Komi-san?
I
think-
honestly would say she's worse than the yandere from Komi-san, but that's
No,
just
she's
me.
Okay,
not.
so
she's
she-
not
okay, so you know
worse than the yandere from Komi-san. No, don't
No,
even.
you know what?
Not even.
Hey, guys,
100%.
I might be biased because I'm such a sucker for shy girl characters. But you know what? If I want to describe this thing, it is the yandere character from Komi. But she's instead of being overly close, she is really hiding about it. And she's really shy about it. I don't know why. I'm just really amused with that. That trope. Oh my god, I need to protect this girl, but that guy looks creepy.
I mean, he
I
never
don't
fucking
think-
smiles, even when he says out loud that he's trying to smile, so I guess I can't blame her.
Only
I don't.
try.
Aharen
hate
isn't just the
side
shy girl, though.
character, but
Yes.
I definitely don't like her. And she is a little annoying. All right, I'll admit that.
just a touch.
But the main two characters are enough to single-handedly carry this show. Even if most
Absolutely.
of the stuff outside of the main dynamic is bad, I will probably give this show at least strong 6 out of 10, light 7 out of 10. And so far, the stuff outside of that dynamic hasn't been horrible.
It's just like it's just not.
Admittedly, it is.
It's just serviceable.
It exists. Like
It's definitely carried pretty hard by the main dynamic. It's kind of an Uzaki situation where I liked Uzaki for the two main characters, and then everything outside of it. Although it's not as pronounced as Uzaki, because I hated everything outside of the two main characters.
This is more tolerable than Uzaki, because I don't hate Aharen the way I hate Uzaki.
I liked Uzaki, but that's a discussion for another day.
We'll cross the bridge when we get there.
Nagatoro is worse than Uzaki. I'm sorry.
All right.
You're right. You're also right about that.
I haven't watched about them, but yeah, I agree.
I like both
speaking
Naruto
of
and Uzaki.
annoying things that I heard that hurt my ears. How come the music in this show is mostly bad?
I never noticed it.
that's
most of
okay,
it.
so
Did you not notice that one
Okay.
part where like the
Okay,
recorder
hold on.
is like purposely playing?
I
like,
was- okay, so
sour
I was
I-
gonna,
it's like-
yeah. Okay,
I am
I
a
wanted
music
to
nerd.
comment on that because
I guess.
all right, so most of the music in this show is just generic slice of life. Like, okay, sometimes that music gets on my nerves if it's like too noticeably generic. For this one, it just sort of faded into the background, so I didn't notice it too much. But that one fucking recorder track makes me want to, like, it ruins the scene single-handedly. It's in episode 1, it's in episode 2, it is not in episode 3, and I'm very thankful for that.
Oh
It's
god,
not
they
in
use
once
it more than
in
once.
Episode 3.
Oh no.
They use it twice from what I've seen, but I hope it never appears again because it is ear piercing and shrill.
y'all,
and
It like
you know what's
want-
it
comes
is
up in
one
my
of
head
the
right
only
now?
times I've ever experienced in an anime where I had to like turn down the audio because like, ow, this hurts to listen to. Like usually with anime music, it's either just doing its job and like you don't even think about it, probably because it's like generic and forgettable, or it's like actually good and you're like, hey, this is kind of a jam. But no, they
Anyway.
and then they're like, but then the recorded track in this show comes up and it's like,
Bro, it's like
I get
that
it.
my heart would go on recorded and beam.
Yeah, it's like I get it. It's supposed to be like, oh, they're having a disagreement or like there's something
silly,
dysfunctional between their relationship
stupid.
right now, so we're gonna make a track that shows off that matches the dysfunction of the scene. But you're not supposed to use tones and notes that like actually hurt to listen to.
Personally, okay, so I think like Aharen is one of the shows that I actually don't use my fancy smack-shaped music production headphones on, so I don't really notice. But yeah, it's a bit mid. It's not even mid at some point. It's like literally, yeah, it exists.
I think it's just
Like,
forgettable slice
bad-
of life music for me.
Bad music
most
is
of
like a criticism that I can rarely pull out for an anime because it's usually just so generic. It's either good or it's generic. It's rarely is anime music like bad. Usually generic is just all you can say for it being bad. But no, this one like hurt to listen to.
I should
isekai shows
I
so
should
much
listen
worse
to
than
it on my
other
proper headphones.
Recently I've been paying attention to anime music more because I used to just not pay attention to it at all. But recently I've started to like crave that sort of like Monogatari Nichijou Made in Abyss OST where it's like, I want to listen to good music while watching my anime. And so I've started to get annoyed by the more generic songs. I'll never unnotice, all right? This is kind of related, but like I recently noticed, because I've been rewatching Sangatsu no Lion, that the song Cliff plays in literally every single episode. At every single time there's
That's
a
how
comedy
late
scene,
these
and
work.
it's
Hey,
literally the
Crunchy.
worst
Hey Crunchy,
it's
that's
the
how
worst
late
part of the
work.
show.
Oh no. Hey Crunchy, so I heard you like New Game, right? So I'm telling you, if you pay attention, the melody from the first song, like the first OST, appears.
You mean like the song that goes dun 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 like that one?
What?
It had that one's in every episode of New Game.
No, the one that's good. Na 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 na. That's like that main.
Haruno Otazer?
We're just running
Yeah,
a talent show at this point.
I didn't use my music production skills for nothing.
It wasn't a waste of time, god damn it.
All that showering in the shower was for something. I promise, Dad. I'm not crazy. Anyway, the music. That's it. It exists, I guess.
I have a couple more notes about the show. The author was previously known for doing Denki Guy. I don't know if any of y'all saw that. I didn't.
Denki guy. I'm gonna look that up on AniList because I feel
I
like
have,
might
I have
recognize it.
analyst open right now, just so I can actually know what you guys are talking about. Some because I guess confession, I don't actually watch anime that much, so this is a bit bit new to me.
just like me.
Yes.
He just like me for real.
I do not recognize Denki guy. Never mind. But I guess if it's from the
alright.
same author,
It's one
I'll
of
just
those-
put that on my planning.
Yeah, it's one of those anime where it's like, if you told me the name of it without showing me a picture of it, I'd be like, I couldn't tell you what it looked like. The only thing I remember from Denki Guy, I haven't seen it. I just know one thing about it is the girl in the, I think it's like a green tracksuit and she has like glasses. That's the only thing I know about it.
The character design looked pretty good from like the AniList banner. So I have.
You know what?
now.
This looks interesting. This looks interesting enough. Probably okay. Mean score 69, nice. But yeah, it's good to know that this exists.
There are things
any
like
other
69
notes?
that I enjoyed though.
I know. I
Yeah,
this
what-
one is literally the least notes I have. So you know.
Yeah, watching Aharen, I was just like, it's kind of slow and it's kind of not funny. But like literally as I was about to say it's not funny, it did
it's
hit
funny.
me with two good jokes back to back.
Yeah.
The best one being the one where they're tossing the notes back and forth.
And
And then like you think it's working at first, and then she continues to toss the notes at him nonstop, even when he's in the gym locker room, even when he's taking a piss in the men's room at the urinal. And
That was
and
amazing.
the
I'll
way
give him that.
bathrooms are
It's-
laid out, implying
it's-
that she's like standing right behind him in the bathroom, just chucking notes at him.
Also, that
All right,
also
that
that
actually reminded me of one last thing that I want to say, which
Uh-huh.
is that the show sort of has a comedy formula in a sense, and I'm actually pretty down for the formula, which is that they'll introduce a scenario and then just continuously riff on the same sort of punchline, but each and every time they make it a little more stupid, and I kind of enjoy that. Just seeing, all right, how ridiculous is this gonna get? Eventually, I noticed the formula around episode 2 when like his fly was open and Aharen found increasingly ridiculous ways just to make sure no one saw his underwear.
Oh wow, I like that bit. It's awesome.
The fake
Yeah.
out they did where he almost saw it in the window as well. That was
Oh.
fucking class.
And then the realization, like, oh my god, I just showed my fucking pantsuit to everyone else.
Honestly, can we just get rid of little sisters though? Like in general, can we just like rid them from like any
I
slice of
was
life
yeah,
show
that was
whatsoever?
one of my notes.
Yeah.
That was like, we are introduced to the main character's sister through a shot of her lolly feet and
Yeah.
thighs.
Yep.
Oh, I
was
know-
not a fan of that. I'll
you know,
be
I was
honest.
actually more
Like
bugged.
we couldn't even get a shot of her like face first. It was straight up her legs and thighs.
Now this is the
Honestly,
pandering I don't like.
I barely remember the little sister character. She has very little presence.
You know, the only thing I keep mental notes of her is that I really don't like the Crunchyroll subtitles calling her Nay. It's a bit on my pet peeve, like calling sister characters Oni-chan on the subtitles. It's a bit of my pet peeve, and that's the only thing I get note of it. But I don't know, she exists, I guess.
I did get a chuckle out of the headbutting scene.
Ah, yes, that's good.
It like, even though the logic that's operating on the fucking bone conduction, and it's like, hey, we'll just communicate through that, and then she's every other scene after that, it's just like she just flies in, and there's such a massive height difference that's I just imagine like she's not even just jumping, she's just like flying in from the side of the screen and just
She's,
lands
like,
on his head every time.
Becoming a human torpedo.
It's
Oh,
that
chill.
one scene. No, not one scene. Yeah, it's that one meme of like a guy running down a hallway and then like someone behind him
Oh,
levitating
yes.
towards them.
Literally
The Japanese really need to weaponize Aharen.
Ah, yes.
They are, dude. Did you not see all like the preview images of her with fidget spinners and doing Fortnite dances?
Oh, yes.
Oh my god! I mean, I don't think Crunchy at least has got to that episode yet. But holy
Okay.
fuck, when there were
Oh
fidget
no, we
spinners
spoiled it for
in this-
Crunchy. No, we
Oh,
spoiled it for
it's in the ED.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
in the
it's-
ED,
it's
and
in
then
the
the
ED
Fortnite
as well.
dances are in the
Manga
trailer.
When was this manga
2017.
made?
It started in 2017.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
that
so
makes
actually,
a
yeah,
little more
2017.
sense. I guess, like,
So
the
Fortnite
really-
the
literally
moment
just
the
came
moment I saw
out.
the
Alright,
fidget spinner scene,
Neon.
the moment I
though,
saw the
Neon.
fidget spinner scene, I immediately was like,
Yeah.
"Hey, this is 100% was written in 2017." It's like, oh yeah, it is.
All right, but listen, it's actually the fidget spinners are subtly brilliant writing because it's sort of symbolism for Aharen's autism.
I mean, the show does operate on retard logic. I pieced that together when the main character is like coming out back to the school, and the little sister comes in like, what are you wearing? And it's like he's just got all these different types of communication. He's got like a Morse code computer on his back. He's got bow and arrow. He's got a falcon on his arm.
I need to know
And it's like,
how
oh.
he affords this and where he gets it from.
Like
Where did it
that's
come
the
from?
moment I
Where
knew
did it
that
come
that's
from
the
and
kind
where
of
did it
logic the
go?
show is operating on.
Oh my god.
The moment I figured it out,
It was a good bit.
It's a really good bit. I like
like
that
the
bit.
moment I figured it out is when Raido said that he was learning to pick up, like his hearing was getting better because from trying to listen to Aharen, which is completely unrealistic. Voice crack. But also, I thought it was kind of cute, so I was like, you know what? I can accept this logic. It doesn't make any sense. I shouldn't accept it. It's stupid, but it's cute, so I'll allow it.
You know what?
that's
you know
sort
what?
of my
Having
mindset with the show.
having
That
guys,
does seem like
guys, having experienced my hearing getting a bit more sensitive as I do audio stuff, it is possible. And you know what? It's I like that. It hit me for a bit. Oh, guys, I'm not alone. And actually,
He just like me.
I-
He
so
just
that-
like
that
me.
is- so that is a real.
I was
thing.
gonna say that like the way that Crunchy described it, it's cute, so I'll allow it. That seems like a good summary.
yeah,
of the whole
that's
show.
it. That's
Yeah.
it. Even if the fucking
Yeah,
I
it's
need to
like-
rush it, even despite everything, it's
It's
cute.
like yeah, what
It's
like watching her cling to the guy is very cute. Watching her like take a nap on him, it's adorable. Like Aharen, much like me, was shown an act of kindness by someone her age of the opposite sex, is now instantly attracted to them. And that part hit a little too close to home.
Uh-huh.
It's just a fun show. It makes me smile uncontrollably. So
I guess
I'd
at the end
say
of the
that's a
day,
good
that's what
show.
it is. At the
my
end of the
number
day, that's
score
it.
would probably be strong 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
It's-
saying like 7.5.
It would I'd probably think higher of it if Comey can't communicate didn't exist,
Yeah.
which is just like this
Comey-
exact premise, but with heart behind it.
Komi is just it's well Aharen.
Dude, the first episode of Komi-san with the chalkboard scene alone it
okay,
justifies
no.
Komi's existence. Whereas
tangent about Komi.
Aharen has like nothing that even
Aharen,
touches
for,
it.
if Aharen is just like it's a cute show, but Komi has actual things in it, so yeah.
Has anyone here read Comey though?
Yeah.
I've read the first
I
volume.
literally
actually.
have the book.
I read 80 chapters of Comey. And okay, I don't even know what I think of Comey anymore because after 80 chapters I
Same.
was so burnt
Absolutely.
out. I was like, okay, I know this is good at its core, but it's so repetitive. I can't take
I got
it
to like
anymore.
170 and I was just like, I can't do this anymore. They've
yeah.
stretched it out for way too long.
That's
Okay, guys, I
every
need to
Komi.
It seems like they're
confess.
making
Everyone
progress
has
in the
read-
anime.
Mhm.
It doesn't make progress for very long.
I've heard the manga readers be like, ooh, it's starting to go downhill.
It's
God, I
it's
can't-
too long, guys. I
like-
need to confess a little bit. I haven't actually finished the first season. I went through. I went
Neither
through
have I, dude. I've seen the first episode.
Yeah, I haven't-
6 episodes in.
I haven't
6 episodes in.
Past episode.
And then
I haven't even watched
other
the
shows
anime.
took
I've just
priority
read
for
it.
some reason. Also, okay, Dungeon. Also about Komi, I have a friend that is for some reason is really into Komi. Like not even the other characters. It's just Komi. And when the second season was announced, all he did was just spam my inbox with just Komi ski visuals, and I just
Well, you see, the biggest tragedy about Comey is that it wasn't animated by KyoAni.
Yeah.
When, it was screaming
That was
for
a
a
tragedy.
KyoAni adaptation.
it's just
Not to say OLM didn't do a good job themselves, but come on. You look at a show like that, you look at the manga,
You know what?
demands
At-
that
at this-
KyoAni get its hands on it.
oh yeah, all right.
Yeah, so if you
more
thought Comey Can't Communicate wouldn't get you on a watch list for watching it, you can go ahead and watch Aharen is Indecipherable.
Totally, 100%.
How was this not
Actually,
the
no,
one
no.
Twitter had a
Okay,
meltdown over?
I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure if this. Hang on. When this. Do I still have the screen cap? But basically, one of the scenes where Aharen was putting on her the teardrops, the eye drops. The drop, like, she misses a lot, right? The drops just.
Oh, I remember that from the preview too, and it looks like cum.
Yes. I screenshotted that. Send it to my friend. They took it out of context. I'm probably on a watch list now.
Oh, no doubt,
Plus,
100%.
no particular reason. Send me the screenshot. Thank you.
No. I wish my
Send it to me
friends
particularly in the dead of night.
Then delete that. No, Frosky.
And then delete the podcast recording of it.
Don't worry, don't worry.
We'll need
the
to cut
podcast
this
is just
part out.
audio. They won't see.
No, this is all staying in.
Oh yeah, this is staying in. I don't care if this.
Yes,
stays
this is staying.
All right. I just found it. Copy image.
Let's go. All right. Anyway,
Okay,
while I
Oh.
paste it back,
About this cat.
do y'all have any other notes? Bonus?
Nothing in particular.
Alright. I'm very excited to talk about the next show, Skeleton Knight in Another World.
No.
Oh boy! Oh
'Cause,
boy! Oh no!
This is
Okay, so-
this is a trip.
I'm just.
Before
just
we
gonna-
start, I have a confession to make.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the one thing, all right, so I'm a pretty metal anime watcher, you could say. You know, I can handle a lot. The scenes in ReZero where he just like Rem's just fucking like destroyed, crawling
Yes.
towards him. You know, barely even fucking blink at that. But the one thing I can't handle emotionally is like. I mean, I guess I'll just say it bluntly. So the show starts off with two people getting raped. And
Yeah.
so that's the one thing
Yeah, actually, the
I
funny thing about
can't.
this. Okay, so
That's the one
Crunchy,
thing-
No,
have
Crunchy,
you
Crunchy.
seen me?
Crunchy,
You've seen me like
you're-
screaming
You're
about that.
underselling it. You're
I know I'm
underselling it.
underselling it.
I was
I don't
watching this
want
on
it. I don't want to
Crunchyroll.
sell it.
No,
Let's
hold
tone it
on.
down.
Hear me
Let's
out. Hear
water
me
it
out. Hear
down.
me out.
Guys, let's water it down for the normal person.
No.
I'm just gonna give a warning, guys. Please, if you want to watch this, lower the volume or just wear a headphone. Last time I did it, blasted out my speakers. I'm like, holy shit.
I saw that in the comments of the Crunchyroll page. Like, don't make the mistake of playing this episode before you put your headphones in.
If
Did
you
it
need a show
genuinely
to have
say
a
that?
discretion warning.
Mine did.
Okay, so
my
no,
version
okay, so-
of it did have a viewer
Mine did.
discretion
Okay,
warning.
but it did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
here's
I
the
watched
thing.
it on Crunchyroll.
It did.
First,
Okay, hang on,
here's the
it
thing
did.
though. Here's the funny thing.
Uh-huh.
The first frame of the show is like of the scene. And the
yeah.
discretion warning is playing over the scene. It's like it's too late for that. It's too.
Okay, no,
you didn't
okay,
come
so
soon enough.
My version had that warning, right? My version had that warning. So, what I expected something to go off the rails somewhere in the episode. I just didn't expect it to start with the thing.
Yeah, so my experience watching it was like they show the viewer discretion is advised, and I was like, huh, viewer discretion is advised? That's weird. I don't think I've seen that on Crunchyroll anime since I don't think I've seen it since Goblin Slayer. And
Oh,
then
God.
immediately after that thought has finished occurring, we open to the two girls
With the
getting
Goblin
raped by
Slayer's tear
bandits,
scene.
and we have set the new rape speed record in anime.
Literally 0.
0
To be
seconds.
completely honest,
It
I
was
saw
the
the first
exposition.
I saw the first minute, decided I didn't want to continue it because, like I said, can't handle that stuff. I'm a child, whatever, like fucking 5 years old mentally. And so I was like, okay,
I mean,
I'll
not,
turn
not
off
to
the
tell
show.
you, not. I was gonna say not to tell you what you can and can't handle, but you seemed to handle it in Ida-10 when it happened at the very end of the episode.
I didn't. I just didn't mention that I didn't handle it because I like Ida-10.
Oh.
The only thing I like about the Ida-10 is
That's the reason why I
is the
haven't even
ending.
You made-
Ida-10. I want to
Yeah,
get
I was
back
gonna
The
say,
only thing I like about
you kinda
Ida-10
made
is the
light of it
ending,
in-
and it's only
Yeah.
because Nanawa Akari is doing it.
Okay.
So what was it?
I made light of it then, but yeah, trust me, I didn't. I had the same reaction to that scene as I did the first scene of Skeleton, except with Ida-ten, it's like, okay, cool art style check, cool Kyoshinja did the character design check. I think I still want to continue this, and I just didn't mention it for whatever reason. But with this, it's like, okay, generic looking isekai
Right.
check. First thing in the show check. Huh. I don't think I want to watch this.
Alright. Same.
You know what? I think you're totally justified in that because the quality of
yeah.
the show doesn't exactly improve.
It's just Overlord but worse.
Yeah,
it's I know
that's
what
exactly how I describe it.
my entire notes was like, oh yeah, this is an isekai. It has visuals. It is definitely one of the isekais in existence.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the anime in existence. This one is.
The total 100.
If I can bring down the mood just a tad, like obviously it should go without saying, but rape is a fucked up thing that happens in the world, and it shouldn't be too much of a matter that can be played around with so lightly. It should be handled with at least a little bit of brevity. That being said, when the very first thing that happens in this isekai anime, preceded by a viewer discretion advising on Crunchyroll.com, famous for the Goblin Slayer fiasco. When it happened, I cried laughing. I legit had to pause. I had to pause the
7.25?
episode before the opening started, and I had to like walk away from my computer because I was like slamming my desk laughing so hard. And this is the hardest I've laughed at any anime this season.
Fair
That's
enough. Fair reaction to have.
I was just like,
why make that
why,
the first
though?
thing? I guess for shock value.
Out
They
of
think
all
fuck,
things
man.
that-
At least Goblin Slayer fucking built up to it.
I didn't
At
even
least
think it was good
Edaten
shock
snuck it in at the
value.
very end.
It was like, why am I watching this? Why would I want to watch
It's not
it?
even-
How could you start your
if-
story with this?
If you wait till the
I
end of the
guess
episode
it's
to
called
do
a
it,
hook.
It's more
Are you
shocking.
not hooked immediately?
If
No,
you build
because
up
I
shots,
paused
more
the
shocking.
episode and didn't resume it for like 3 days afterwards because I was like, do I really have to watch this?
Yeah, hey guys, you know that thing, that skip 10 seconds thing again? I did it for this one, and it doesn't get better. So yeah, no.
You're a coward. I got to the
Yeah.
10-minute mark and then I skipped the whole episode. I was
I
like,
have
yeah,
watched
sure.
I just
all of
wanted
this
to make
show
sure
I
and
can
didn't
kind
miss
of fill in the
anything.
blanks for myself.
And I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything, and it turns out
no,
I didn't
you
miss
didn't.
anything.
It sucks.
Alright,
There's
what
nothing in it.
happens
Guys, can we go
beyond
back to
the point
talking
where I
about Spy X
stopped?
Family again? Can we go back to talking about Spy X Family again?
That's an
Can we
infinitely
just talk
better
about
show.
Aharen?
Now, what
Can
happens
we talk
after?
about how cute Aharen is?
Yeah, Aharen is cute. I like Aharen. Yeah, shit.
You know, I think Aharen, it was a good show, but I feel like it would have been just a better show, if we just opened with a Rhino, just got her up against the floor,
Okay. One thing before I go
Maybe
there.
we should have taken a page out of the Skeleton Knight in Another World playbook.
No,
That's just my opinion.
What Aharen lacks it's that hook, It's a slow burner show. It's a good show, but it's slow burner. You need that hook to hook more people in.
It's
Yes.
not good when you burn it
Minus-
all in one scene, though. Like, you just
It's
go,
not-
we need
it's
shock
not-
value, and then just boring isekai for like, the next 2 episodes.
It's not just.
If
it's
it
not just
if it happens at the very first second of the very first episode, I can only imagine how many more times it's going to happen throughout the rest of the show.
Okay, there's a viewer discretion warning on every episode, by the way. Just so you all
discretion
know.
warning.
But there are no
Bro,
other scenes
I'm not
like
surprised. Crunchyroll wanted to wash their hands of it. It's like, well, we gotta make the money off of it, but we can't let the Goblin Slayer fiasco happen again. So let's just slap on the discretion,
And then
we'll
bam.
let the problem sort
Just
itself
make
out.
the
know
entire
what the prob-
episode a black screen with the phrase viewer discretion on it, and it'll be better.
that. Yeah,
It's,
absolutely. When
Okay,
when they
better.
did
it was
that,
more it was more watchable than Redo of Healer in the sense of they actually showed, well, they don't show any nudity, mind you, but they actually showed like they didn't cut away to a shot of a fireplace for a solid minute like they did in the Redo of Healer censored release.
I did not watch Redo of Healer for the same reason, and also just because I heard it was bad. Why
Yeah,
would I
yeah,
ever
okay.
watch
It's a bad
Redo
show.
of Healer?
The only way you should ever consume Redo of Healer is if you watch a 46-minute supercut on xvideos.com. of
that
the
would
good
probably be more
animation cuts.
enjoyable.
I mean, for what it's worth, those animation cuts are pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's better than most
makes
hentai.
the show a bit more bearable. and I don't have to skip it myself.
Honestly,
You know what?
like,
Guys, we shouldn't be so hard on Skeleton Knight in Another World. It's got all the fine details of a rape scene down to the point where they have to bring to notice that the girl did in fact piss herself. They didn't leave that up to the viewer's imagination. They made sure
Honestly,
to
what
show
was
us that
that?
piss stain.
Come on, man.
Hey man, you're gonna come after the Maiden Abyss author next for clearly inserting his weird child piss fetish into his show?
No.
But Made in Abyss is good. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Made in
I'll-
Abyss
I'll
good.
agree.
How dare you
You can
compare
at
this
least
to Made
you
in
can at
Abyss?
least attempt to make an argument that like the body horror fits into the show where people get fucking mutilated all the time.
You think Skeleton
You know,
Knight
for
is gonna
how
get a video
horrifying-
game?
For how horrifying Made in Abyss is
no.
at times, it didn't open with that kind of scene. It was a normal fantasy series for like the first while, and then at episode 9, it actually got like truly messed up. It built up.
Maiden Abyss had some fucked up gore shit before that. But
mean,
that's
sure,
when it
there
went,
was,
like,
like-
that's when it's hit
yeah.
its peak.
That's like the big like, oh, this is that kind of show moment. You know, it was mostly either subtext or like in small bits where it's like, I forget what they're called, like the birds that just eat people and then like make their corpses move.
Puppeteer them, yeah.
Yeah.
That's raw. That's metal as fuck.
Yeah.
And you'll not see that kind of creativity anywhere near this show.
It's like actually terrifying after knowing it will go there though, because episode 2 opens with the same viewer discretion warning, and then immediately shows a little girl, and I was like, oh my god, yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Thankfully, they do
Hold
not.
on, I think
but
I
like,
hear the
it
I
scared
think I
me.
hear the ghost of Kintaro Miura rising from the grave to be like, bro, what the fuck?
Oh my god. Yeah, this one will put you on the watch list. Definitely.
Luckily, I didn't watch it, so I've been spared from that one watch list of many that I'm on. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't change a fat lot, but
I gotta finish it
skipped
now.
out
I
on
just
being
need to
on
know
this
if
one.
more.
Hey guys, suck on Twitter.
I only have 2 other things of note that are worth bringing up about Skeleton Knight. One is that he's a skeleton with blue eyes, so I've
Yes.
already played the
Sans.
Megalovania theme.
Sans.
Yeah,
I've already played the
that's
first
the immediate
note.
thing I thought.
No, actually.
And then
Uh-huh.
the last thing I wanted to say was that listening to the opening, I was like, huh, that's weird. They have the sound effects like in the opening. I guess we JoJo now. I guess that's gonna be a thing. And then as I was listening to the opening, I was like, huh, I don't think I've heard this guy in an anime opening before, but I could have sworn that I've heard this voice before. And then credits come up, motherfucking Pellic was singing the song for this one.
No.
I don't know who that is.
I'm
Okay,
out
you
of
went-
the loop on this one.
Okay, so one more note that I had. So while Neon was talking about the opening, I'm going here to talk about the ending because
Oh my god, it looks
First-
so good. It's so deceiving looking good.
you can still just no,
the CG.
yes, it looks good. It looks good in it.
It,
Also,
it,
the
it-
song.
it looks like a very good video game cutscene.
Yes, exactly.
It's amazing. Also, another thing, the song is a banger.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't remember the song at all.
It's okay. It's future based. It's future based, kinda. It was really
As opposed
really
to
hard
future
to
cringe.
I stopped watching before the opening played, so
Come on, man. Okay, so I did a bit of looking. It's apparently made by the same girls who did the Higehiro ending, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay, that's interesting.
So I don't like Higehiro. I still don't like that. I still like the ending for that. So I guess that's where it came from. So yeah, the opening is interesting. The ending is actually fire.
But
The thing that I wanted
unless
to
you can
point
get
out about
past
the
the first
opening
scene.
about Pellic
no,
showing up.
just I'll give you a favor. I'll do you a favor. Just Bokurag. Just look at Skeleton Knight Another World ending. Just skip the bit. Just like what I do with Ida 10. I don't care about the show, but the song is a freaking banger.
Oh yeah, the opening and ending to Ida 10 are fucking bops.
Yes.
Idaten's opening
Totally.
is genuinely
Nah,
probably in my
okay,
top
have you
10
heard about
openings.
our Lord and Savior Nana Wakari? She did amazing stuff, man.
All right, before I lose my train of thought about Pellic, you might have seen him on YouTube before. He's one of like the top anime opening cover guys. I might be wrong about his ethnicity. I think he's German, but he sings all of the covers in Japanese, and he's like, what Flusky? What I don't know if you've listened to Pellic, but like, what kind of genre would you classify his voice in? Because like to me it's kind of like metal, kind of. It's not, but it's not like like death metal, like screeching metal.
Yeah, she's
sort of like a rock metal.
It's rock metal, yeah.
Okay.
It's the rock metal or gothic rock. It's like
yeah, it's like I was surprised to hear it because it's always just cool to me when the anime industry reaches out to people in the like online anime community and just like pull them in for like literally whatever, like how they got I forget, they did, it's like something to do with Tokyo Ghoul Re. Like I could be wildly wrong about this, but I think they got like
Tokyo Ghoul too.
Yeah, Christina V or something to like do an opening or an ending for it. I'm not entirely sure, but
I think I
like
need to
shit
look at
like
that
in
then.
Pop Team Epic, where what the fuck are they called? Yeah, Kamikaze Doga, the guys who made Pop Team Epic, just like got the Joey the anime man to record like a couple voice lines for one gag in one of their episodes.
I like
it's just,
that. I love
cool
that.
seeing shit like that.
Because
Like it's just nice to see, like, even though we're across their ocean, that they recognize the the top guys in their community and acknowledging them by letting them do cool shit like that.
Very
And that's
very
why
wholesome,
we
very
gotta be
cool.
gunning for the Castaway anime cameo in a KyoAni anime one day.
God bless.
That would be
That's the goal.
That's the main goal.
So 100%. Shame the show's mid though.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I wouldn't even call it mid.
No, it's bad. I was
It's
gonna
not
say,
even
like,
mid.
I
Let's
wonder
go trash.
how Pellic feels, like, to be like, oh man, I can't believe it. My voice is like attached to an anime now. I get to sing an actual anime opening, that I
then
created
the animes-
myself. And then the show opens with a rape scene.
I'd want to fucking kill myself if that were.
No,
My
if I were that, no, if I were that,
ultimate monkey's paw.
no, if I were that in that situation, I would just politely ask him to take down the opening.
Just go
It's
and
like,
get a
hey,
new
can you,
guy
like-
at that point.
There's
I'll
just
let
a lot
can
of
you just
plenty
get
of
like
fish in the
Vocaloid
sea.
to do it for you?
Yeah.
What Neon
Yeah, you
meant,
know, I've heard-
what Neon said about the monkey's paw, that's so right. That's the best way it could possibly be described. Just pure monkey's paw.
Totally.
Yeah, that's everything I have to say about Skeleton Knight in Another World. Honestly,
Yeah,
fuck
no.
the show.
I cannot say anything else.
There's nothing more. It's
Fuck this show.
I
for
should be
making
watching
me
a coding
see
s-
that. Glad I only got to
Yeah,
see 1 minute of it.
Can we just
1 minute,
normalize having viewer discretion warnings before the scene rather than in the scene?
What are you talking about? They did
is
do it
scene-
before the
it is
scene. There was just
before
a
the
1
scene.
second fade to
It's
black
just-
transition, and then the show started.
yeah. It's technically before the scene, so it's
Yeah,
Definitely.
it's before. You can't say that it wasn't before because it was.
Don't say that that the thing didn't warn you. Oh,
Listen, if
God.
you didn't get your headphones in public in time, that's on you.
Arguably. I love like the entire time we're just talking about the scene and nothing else.
What the
I
fuck
thought
is
it
there
wouldn't
to talk
be
about
able-
the rest of the show?
Yeah, I
it's
thought
a
it
generic
exactly, that's my
isekai.
point.
To add
There's nothing-
anything to
there's
the
nothing
discussion,
interesting.
But the entire discussion is about the one thing I saw from the show.
It's the only thing
Yeah.
of note.
Yeah.
Because the
Oh,
rest
there's
of the
a
show's
cute
just
elf
Overlord,
girl.
but worse.
Yeah, whoop-de
Yeah,
fucking
I've
do.
even seen
Oh,
Overlord.
the guy got isekai'd into a video game that he was playing, and he's like slowly relearning all of his spells. Oh my
Yeah.
god, roll out the fucking red carpet for the
Yay.
avant-garde masterpiece.
So
I've never seen
100%
that
anime.
Anime for
before.
Anime of the Year.
Alright,
Okay.
I think we've given it more than enough attention. Casual, I'll let you take the next one, since I don't think you've be able to introduce one yet. I'll let you go ahead and take Summertime Render.
Summertime Render. Now, I saw this today. Because it wasn't on Vlusky's list. Like, he posted a list of all the ones he finished, and I didn't see it on there. So I completely forgot about Summertime Rendering, so I watched it probably about an hour before the podcast. I'm gonna be honest, you know what? It really surpassed my expectations. It's like, if I really had to summarize it, I'd say it's pretty similar to ReZero, and I think that's probably a good compliment I can give it.
That is depending on the guy you're asking, because if you're telling me, hey, you'll like this show, it's like ReZero, I'm like slowly backing away for the door.
Okay, the premise.
I like the show as much as the next person, but no. Okay, I don't. Okay, you know what? Actually, Casual, I have something to say. I did put Summertime Render in the list. If you pay attention.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
it's right below.
I clearly just don't have eyes.
Well, what I like about Summertime Render, right? It is a lot like ReZero, and actually, there's one point where the resemblance to ReZero is so uncanny that they had to have taken inspiration. I guess we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
But what I like is that it's, whereas ReZero was, I guess there is a little bit of headfuck in ReZero, but this is like full on. There's duplicates of people killing each other, like copies killing each other. It starts off with like this girl who's already
my
dead,
favorite movie
seeing
is
him
Us.
in a dream, and it's like all
lad,
there's like the glitch effects there. This is pure what the hell is going on headfuck mystery. And while it seems like hell to watch weekly, just because it seems like there's a show where there's going to be a lot to keep track of, if like binging.
Oh yeah, this
I
is the
feel like
mystery
that'd be
box
pretty
show
fun.
of the season.
Personally, this is up there in my favorites. Like, I really liked it. I was glued to the screen. Like on my notes here, I was holding off writing notes for this, just because how hooked I was. I don't know how I did that, but really, like I really don't. I'm not really into mystery shows, but this one is interesting to me for some reason. Like the hook setup, and also like the
at least for me, the thing that makes this an intriguing mystery show in particular is just the excitement of there's all this weird stuff going on. It's complete, like I said, headfuck. So what's going to be the explanation? Kind of like kind of like the Steins Gate first episode in a sense, although not quite that brilliant.
No, I don't think it had as great a start as Steins Gate, but I thought the first episode especially was pretty thrilling. Like, once you got past the initial bit on like the boat, I thought that was pretty boring.
Oh yeah.
You mean the initial bit on the boat that like actually made me want to ram my fist to the screen?
Yeah. Okay, you know what? Actually, that bit on the boat.
Nothing like starting off your
almost,
murder mystery show with a guy face first in some dude's tits. And then constantly nonstop monologues, and the introduction to the dark-skinned girl is her upskirt shot on her bike.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna mention. Right? Starts off with falling into her tits. By the 6-minute point, we've already seen another girl's panties. This is a murder mystery.
I was ready to write off the show. I really was.
Yeah, I kind of did.
I was partly glad that I didn't cast this to the family TV this time.
Because oh boy.
Honestly, this probably would have been better than casting Kizu Monogatari.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
There was a thought that was constantly running through my head watching the first episode of Summertime Render, and I was just like, man, I don't think it's been so long since I've rewatched Erased. I want to rewatch Erased because it is doing everything this show is doing, but better.
Hang on. What's the show?
Erased.
Race spelling.
Like the word ERASED, erased.
Oh, erased.
You've heard of Erased?
No, I haven't.
Surely.
Really?
No. Okay. If you see a picture.
Yeah, I said it before. I'm not actually in like that deep into this.
You know New Game, but you don't know Erased.
I showed him New Game.
I know New Game
right?
because I was
introduced
someone.
Him to that. He knows all the.
You
shows
know all of these different idol things, but you don't know fucking Erased.
Yeah, because I'm
fair.
completely different.
You know D4DJ.
Okay,
Hey,
right.
yeah.
Don't come
Guys.
for D4DJ. What a
Oh yeah.
show
Okay, you know
that
what?
is.
Okay,
This is
D4DJ
kind
is
of,
going to.
This is kind of unrelated, Neon, but how viscerally angry does Digi's video about Erased make you?
I couldn't care. I was just like, he just doesn't get it. Or like rather he does get, it's just the kind of shit, it didn't appeal to him, and that's fine.
That's fine. I myself am not appeal to a particular show.
Yeah, what turned me off of Summertime Render outside of just the obnoxious, oh, he's got a dream about the blonde friend first and then wake up to a face full of tits and then she gets slapped, and then the main guy, not only the nonstop narration from the main character guy and how he never shuts the fuck up in his head and can't just let us piece together information himself. We have to hear it from him because you always tell, you never show, obviously. Ignore the fact that our introduction to the other sister character, the dark-skinned one, is an upskirt shot in this murder mystery show. Never mind the fact that one weird shot of the tit lady from the boat being on the phone in the alleyway after the sister and the guy meet up again is so awkwardly shot, and it's like the most awkward way to build suspicion I've ever seen in a mystery show. What throws me off about this show is that the way that it goes from being a normal murder mystery show, or at least the guise of one, to one being like, oh, by the way, you ever seen the movie Us? And then it's like, yeah, this is a supernatural murder mystery now. It's like, oh, I kind of feel a little gypped now, because the way they got it, the premise set up with going out of the way to establish, like, yeah, here's a tiny, secluded island from, like, most of society. There's, like, not that much police. There's, like, only 700 people total on the island. And, like, if there were, a murderer going around there, that would make for, like, an interesting show. If, like, we gotta find out who, like, the murderer or maybe even murderers are among these 700, like, people on this secluded island. Nope, it's fucking shadow clones. And also
honestly,
it's a time loop.
You know, I was actually fine with that reveal just because, like, the entire... Like, I called this show being sort of, like messing with your mind. I just keep on saying head fucking, mind fucking. I'm trying to find new ways to say that. But I called it being that.
Describe.
I called it being that just from the presentation about 5 minutes into the show. I was like, yep, this is that kind of show. So when the clones come to kill everyone, I'm like, yep, that makes sense. He's reincarnating into his body again? Sure. Expected that. You know, it's that kind of weird mystery. And honestly, I'm more hyped for, you know, a sort of weird, all of these sort of random things mystery than just a normal who's the killer, you know, who done it. So I'd say
I'm on board
that was
with
actually
that.
a welcome reveal for me.
That's advice. I personally I enjoy the show, probably because I don't really watch murder mysteries that much. But for what it is and what I experienced, it's relatively good, I guess. Well, I
I
guess
Could
there are
just do
other
without the
stuff.
panty shots.
Yeah.
No,
I
no.
will say
Aside from the
it's-
panty shots, yeah.
All right, Casual, you may have a different take on this since you've seen more than one episode, but it is a little alarming to me that the characters seem very... they don't have much to them
Oblivious?
yet. It gives me a little bit of suspicion, but I'm willing to write it off as just the first episode having to establish so much plot. And I'm willing to say, like,
Yeah.
okay, in the future it's gonna, you know, build on these characters. Like, from what you've seen, does that happen?
I think the second episode was like infinitely better, because once they like actually start explaining stuff and it's not just like, oh, the main character is surprised because he's in a time loop, it starts actually building on like the other characters. But I can't really differentiate between episode 1 and 2 because I watched them in sequence, so I can't really remember what the breaking point was like between each one.
The breaking
Did
point
the first
was...
one end with like the sister's shadow clone was like, oh yeah, by the way, got time to take out the trash, and like kills the titty agent.
Yeah.
Point blank blows the actual dark-skinned sister's brain out, and then kills the other guy.
Okay, there is minimal like character development, but the way they develop the mystery I found more engaging. I don't know. I'm not really in it for the characters other than the main character, because he has 2 different coloured eyes, and I also have 2 different coloured eyes, so I thought that was cool.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
Heterochromia.
Actual person with
heterochromia.
heterochromia.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, it's only
Very
partial.
exciting.
But
Still,
I would
asymmetrical.
like to
Homochromia.
remind you all of the shot in the OP where he holds a gun to his to his head. Thoughts?
And I was like, damn, he just like me for real. That's me watching this show.
it just reminded me of the game Persona 3, and I just couldn't shake it for like ages.
I mean, it's the same imagery.
Yeah.
I was
thought it
half expecting the burn my dread. I want to
wish.
run away
It
from
would've
this
been-
god of fear.
That would have been a better opening.
I'm
was a
chained to
pretty
despair
well-done
right
shot
now.
in the way that he just like whips the gun out and it looks like he's about to shoot someone else, then suddenly back to his head. You know, I thought it was a pretty well executed shot, and also gets me wondering what the
was
future of
pretty
this show
cool.
is going to be like.
Me too. It looks
The only
interesting.
thing that gets me,
I mean,
It
this
caught
show
my
gets me
interest.
wondering about two things. It gets me wondering when should I rewatch Erased, because I'd rather be watching that than watch this show, because it just doesn't like I'm not sold on the mystery anymore, because like yeah, they've already revealed what the mystery is. It's like, oh okay, it's shadow people. Like they couldn't even like bury the lead for a couple episodes and then like tell us later on that it's shadow people. They just throw the dick on the table. It's like, yep, evil shadow people and it's doppelgangers, and it's like, okay, well, what is the intrigue now? Are we supposed to figure out which shadow doppelganger killed the sister?
Oh no, because they show that.
It's like, well,
Well, the
I'm
mystery
talking about the
is-
blonde one.
The mystery is how do we
Yeah,
get
'cause she-
everyone to survive?
Yeah, it's a ReZero scenario, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like Erase just did it so much better. Like they introduced the supernatural like time loop thing before they introduced the murder aspect, and then like it gets you more into the spirit of things. So it's not like it's dropping it. It's not teasing you that it's gonna be like a normal murder mystery and then slaps you with the supernatural twist out of nowhere. It's like, no, we're gonna be upfront. Whenever this guy sees a butterfly, he goes back in time just before an accident occurs, and now he has to figure out how to prevent that accident. That could also just be me sucking off Erase because it's genuinely one of my favorite anime of all time.
I should probably check out Erased right after
it's really
all
fun.
of my on cue shows.
And then the biggest mystery about Summertime Render is not who's the one that killed the blonde girl. It's that why the fuck, out of all of the anime, does Disney want their hands on this one?
Oh right, yeah.
Wait, Disney wants it?
Why?
So yeah,
Or-
Yes,
Yeah,
this is
I heard
Disney.
about
Disney doesn't just want
So
it.
the other
Disney
ones
has
are Crunchyroll.
it. The only
They-
way to
they-
watch this show legally in America
Disney Plus.
is Disney Plus.
What?
Literally just Disney Plus. Yes.
Wow.
Disney
Okay, hold on.
Like the yeah.
Who made that?
Yeah,
It's Mappa, right?
Yeah.
Disney's been doing this for
No, it's
a little
OLM.
bit now. I think, yeah, OLM did it. I
It
think
looks
I
like
might be
Mappa.
wrong about this. I might be wrong about this, but I think Disney Plus has been trying to get anime, like not just ones that they commission themselves, like Star Wars Visions, but like just broadcast, and they're doing the Netflix thing. They're taking an anime that's made for television, bringing it to their service, and being like,
And
hey,
making it
this
exclusive.
is, since you don't live in Japan, forehead, so now this is the only way you can legally watch it. I think they did it with Remake Our Life. I might be wrong
They
about that.
I gotta check.
Well, okay, so I just want to clarify that, I'm against piracy on a moral level. So I did in fact see it on Disney Plus. I just sort of forgot that it was Disney Plus. I thought it was like Netflix or Kiss Anime.
I must have clicked the wrong
legal
button.
site.
Yes.
So I
No,
so
okay,
basically,
no.
I consumed
Remake Our
this
Life is still
completely legally. Yes, I did. No, definitely, I did.
Yeah, totally, 100%. Okay, no doubts there, but seriously,
Musky, don't make it sound
this is-
sarcastic. I'm very genuinely. I very genuinely care about piracy.
No, okay, no, but seriously, but the Disney thing, why this? Since like the last three that we did, it's all Crunchyroll, which is the normal one. But this one, we need to actually. Okay, so the second thread on analyst is anyone else hate Disney? So yeah, I think it's pretty telling.
You see, I
Renew
saw
Owl
that
House for
earlier,
another
and I was
season,
really
God damn it.
confused.
Kind of upvote that, man. If it could, there we go.
I'm looking at an article from Screen Rant right now. Apparently, they're getting the new BlackRock shooter anime, as well as they're also gonna get the fucking Tatami Galaxy sequel anime.
What?
There's a Tatami Galaxy sequel?
Yeah,
What
Yo
the hell?
Johan Time Machine Blues, a new animated series, served as a sequel to Tatami Galaxy, and Disney Plus is snapping it up. I couldn't tell you why. I'm not even 100% sure if Tatami Galaxy is on Disney Plus, but they're gonna get it.
Well, this is just
Yeah.
a reminder to always watch anime
Legally.
legally. You should
Yeah,
always watch it
absolutely.
Oh,
on,
Yeah.
guys,
on
I
streaming,
tried.
very legal streaming
No.
services.
Always,
Yeah,
always
totally,
use Disney
totally,
Plus for your
no,
anime.
totally not at all a monopolized market.
Totally don't look at Netflix's stock right now because of what they did with animation and are cracking down on sharing accounts. No, don't do that. They're fine. It's working
don't do
as
that.
the system is working as intended.
Yes. Don't
This
pirate,
podcast is
guys.
not sponsored by Netflix.
It's not sponsored by
Yeah,
Netflix.
okay,
We're
real
shit
talk.
talking it right now.
Real talk. If you're Asian, just use Muse Asia. It's literally has more titles than Crunchyroll right here. Anyway,
Plead the fifth. In Minecraft, you watch it in Minecraft. Yeah.
oh no, have your friends stream it to you, or just watch it from friend. Oh no, they can share a password. So yeah, never mind on that.
Unless you get strapped
Yeah.
to a chair, piracy is never okay.
Yeah.
I share my Disney Plus account with my brother. I was like, oh, I gotta, because I watched all the other ones on Crunchyroll, but I was just like, this is the one show that Disney had to get its fingers in the pie in. I couldn't tell you why they went for that one and not something like, you would think if Disney is trying to get into like the anime game, you would think they'd try to go for like Spy X Family or some shit.
That seems like something
They'd get the
be
big
more
one.
likely to choose.
It's also equally possible and probably the case that Disney doesn't understand the anime market.
Yeah.
That's not probably the case. That's definitely 100% the case.
They don't. They just want the piece of the pie, and with how the show is, apparently, you're not losing that much.
And it's also the other Shonen Jump Plus show, or manga that got from Shonen Jump Plus that is getting a show this season.
There's no way
Amazing.
this is a manga. You could convince me this was a light novel with all the monologues. No way.
No, it's manga, bro.
It's a manga.
Oh, it's a manga.
All right.
Yes, it's
So-
apparently a manga finished.
So to get away from this Disney's discussion just for a wee little bit, I want to talk about the one thing I mentioned earlier before I forget it, which is that there's one part where the resemblance to ReZero becomes completely uncanny, and it's right as the clone is about to kill the one dark-skinned girl. The soundtrack, it has to be from the same people who did the ReZero soundtrack, because the people, like, the singing is exactly like in Hexentons and the one song that everyone memed to death. It's like the exact same sound as those songs from ReZero. And then he time loops. It's like, this has to be inspiration. They're either the same people making the soundtrack, or they basically ripped it off.
I am currently unironically looking at the staff page for this thing and just making sure.
Oh god.
For summertime render.
Yes. Since I have a sneaking suspicion that it did. Probably
It has
not.
to be either the same
I've seen
people or
I've
massive
seen
inspiration.
apparently
check.
they did Kizumonogatari soundtrack.
No way.
And
No.
Oh wait, they did?
yes, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
What?
Like two
Motherfucking Ayumu Watanabe's doing this?
Yes.
That's a waste of talent, I'll be real. Like,
Come on,
he's
Doing
one of
this
Zero
and
sound
Comey
effect.
at the same time.
Okay, Monaka.
I'm
Comey
going on to
season
ReZero.
2 is airing literally right now, and this motherfucker's directing both anime at the same time.
What?
Multitasking, multi-talent. Oh wow, they directed Idolmaster.
Oh god, not Idol
They directed
Master.
Mysterious Girlfriend X, Space Brothers, a lot of Doraemon, just a fucking shit ton of Doraemon, and Ace Attorney anime. But no one's perfect.
We
Yeah.
don't talk about the Ace Attorney anime.
That's not.
I did not know that until I just looked at it just now.
Alright, yeah.
That's all the interesting things I have to say about Summertime Render.
Me too.
That's
It's
about
just
it
like
for me,
yeah,
too.
it's good. I like it. To put it in one sentence, it's good. I like it.
Yeah, I think I'd summarize it in exactly the same way. But the one thing that does concern me with it is, like, unlike one of your, like, typical murder mystery anime shows, this one's been commissioned for 25 episodes, and that's
oh, it did?
worrying.
Oh, okay, yes, yeah, okay,
What's
yeah.
that
Now,
word?
okay, now I'm worried.
Haul, brother.
Now I'm worried.
Now I'm definitely worried. Okay.
Yeah, just to further go back to my point of how they dropped their dick on the table about it being supernatural, when they had 25 episodes to work with,
Yeah.
you couldn't pace the story out to be like episode 3, maybe. You couldn't let us linger, let us like tease us a little. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
I think I
too-
felt like they could maybe pace it better, like maybe ramp it up better. But overall, since I said it again and again, I don't actually watch it. I don't actually know the competition. It's for me, it's nice, but yeah, but there are better ones apparently.
Hey there, fellas. Neon from the future here. Unfortunately, Casual had to dip for the rest of the podcast to take care of university matters. So if you want more of him and his content, you can check him out in the description linked below. Alright, I don't think we're gonna have too much to say about this one. I might be wrong, depending on what you guys have to say about it. Trapped in a dating sim, the world of Otome games is tough for mobs.
I'm very sad that Casual didn't join us for this one because he was hyped to talk about this one.
Yeah,
and
he's
I,
really-
I guess
oh,
he really
God, that's
hated
so-
it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just kind of normally bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't stoke any fires in my loins. They're just like, yep, this is a
Yep,
bad
it's
light
it's
novel
a thing. It's a thing. So at the time of watching this, I was like, I went through like too many mid shows, right? I'm just done. I like dropped the show halfway through the episode. I don't know what's going on. It's like, oh my god, yes, he did a thing. He fell. Actually, no, I have something to say for it. The opening is actually like very very interesting for me. Like
I have forgotten everything about the opening.
Yeah.
I've forgotten everything about the show,
oh,
honestly, aside from the
I-
the 4 notes that I took on it.
like yeah, no, so basically like if I just realized my notes are pretty sparse, but basically the guy was told by her sister to play this harem game, but it's like on the perspective of like the girl, so it's like her first harem game basically, and then he plays it. He finished it and was like it's apparently like a really bad generic game, so he's like he doesn't like it. Oh my god, why is the mechanics
And yet
like
he
this?
fell for the microtransactions.
Yes. and then he came out of the room and then he fell off the stairs and oh my god, this is where the anime starts and this bit this is mid. Hang on, never mind. I literally closed the player on that bit. Since I
So-
genuinely like I'm surprised that I'm actually somewhat invested in the opening, but no.
We'll see.
You said opening. You're talking about like
The
the
opening
start of the
sequence.
show. I thought you were talking about
show,
the
opening, not the opening,
opening.
not the opening song.
Okay.
I need to get my terminology straight.
Okay, yeah. I'd say the first few scenes of the show are probably the peak of my intrigue because I think the premise is actually really funny. You know, you get reincarnated, like
To a
okay,
game
so you
that you
play
don't
through
like.
this game 100%, and it's this game you hate and you want to be over with, then you fall and die and get reincarnated into the world instantly, and now you're in your own living hell. Like, is that not a hilarious premise? Like, when he fell and died, I was like, oh, I think I know where this is going. This might actually be even slightly funny. And so I was like getting kind of excited. And then the show truly begins, and you realize that all your excitement, if you even had any, was for literally nothing. It's not a funny show. Nothing's humorous about it. It's just kind of like very, like, from that point, it's just a very basic isekai, except it happens to take place in an Otome game.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I
that
had
sums
for
it.
the two other notes that I had on it were I hate the art style. Well, like, I don't know, maybe hate's too strong a word. I just don't care for it. Everyone who isn't the main character looks like they have weird plastered on mannequin faces, so like they don't look like they have real faces, if that makes any sense. They all got like
The
weird
visuals.
big
Yeah.
weird doll eyes, kind of. I'm looking at the pictures, the visuals right now of the anime. It's like they kind of look like they're from that those books you'll see of here's how to draw manga characters.
Yes.
You'll see it
Exactly, yeah,
like Coles for some
Oh,
reason,
yes.
or Michaels.
This is how you draw a 3/4 angle. I'm personally indifferent about the art style. Like, it has an art. Full stop. Nothing about it.
The art
definitely-
isn't horrible. I'd say the visuals on the whole are just incredibly subpar. I'm scrolling through the
exists.
first episode right now. Some of the scenes are like a bit too shiny, but that's just a very personal thing where if a show has any amount of shine whatsoever, I want to gouge my eyes out. Most of it's just very, very normal, standard. It's not awful, it's not good, it's just kind of like, okay.
It's non-existent.
No strong feelings one way or the other.
The only thing from this entire episode that sparked a reaction out of me, an emotion that stirred, is when we find out that this whole kingdom in this Otome game fantasy world is ruled by the queen, not unlike Shield Hero, and the story is about this dude the guy who gets isekai'd into it is being married off against his will because he is in a poor family that is under like the direct servitude of the queen. And so he goes out on a quest to find a bunch of treasure to buy his way out of servitude from the queen, and then becomes a one-man quest to tear down the matriarchy, no women in charge. And I was like, hell yeah, that's my guy right there.
I guess that's fairly based.
Yeah.
I did admittedly roll my eyes a little bit once I realized where it was going, because the entire premise, right? And this is something I noticed with Tsukimichi, and I'm noticing it here too, where an isekai will start off pretending like it's Konosuba, and then within a very short period of time, it'll just become a generic power fantasy. So with Tsukimichi, the problem was that it, was constantly being like, oh, the main character has awful luck. This world is super mean to him. The goddess thinks he's ugly as hell. When in actuality, he's basically a walking, living god by episode 2 or 3. And here, it goes down even quicker, where, at first the premise is like, oh my god, he's, been reincarnated into this world that's like, he hates this game. It's gonna be the worst time of his life. And then by the end of episode 1, he's rich. And he's proven the queen
where did
wrong.
that come from? Like, well, I mean, like 100%ing a game. Let's see, like, know what's going on. But what? Like, I'm so surprised. Like, where did how did that come from? I'll give it this though. Like the actual premise of it. Actually, he's not just in the game. He's in the game, but as an NPC, as like not even the main NPCs, just like a background villager character. And that premise on its own is, I think it's interesting. Like, it has potential for some like funny moments, but nah.
EA Sports, he's in the game.
All right, back on the
If-
visuals just
if-
really briefly because I just noticed this, but the character designs are awful.
That's what I was talking about, man.
I'd say it's
they
less
don't
a-
have human faces. They have mannequin faces.
I'd say it's less a style issue and more just them being so generic.
Like, oh yes, this is definitely one of the animes in existence. It has an art style.
It is
Definitely
definitely
drawn.
the most anime ever.
It is drawn by
Vlasky.
people. Yes, I did.
You saw that video I
Yes,
sent.
you saw.
didn't
Yes, I saw that video you sent. Oh yeah. No,
Shield
I-
Hero is one of the anime ever made.
I've seen that pop up in my recommendations. Have not seen it though.
I've
The intro
just,
to that video is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, we're using it. We're recycling it because that's the best way to explain this. It exists. Yes. Just another one.
What
just-
was
Watch Hamifura instead, even though that show's kind of mediocre.
Dude.
what
The
was
only
up?
I
Alright,
was just
who's
gonna
going
say
first?
the thing about like this show is that it's part of this new recent trend about specifically getting isekai'd into dating sim otome video games, either from the perspective of like the protagonist, the antagonist, an NPC. It's a weird trend I've noticed recently, and it's like we're gonna have more anime like this. We've had some come out before, like the Saint's Magic Powers Omnipotent, even though that show is boring as sin, and shit like Hamifura, which is I think so far the best one of this ilk. Even though of the ones I've seen of this subgenre, I've enjoyed none of them.
Personally,
I
like,
actually
think-
didn't know this was a trend, but now that I'm looking on like a legal streaming site and searching up Otome game, there's like so many that pop up.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. Actually, I think like an Otome game setting is like perfect for, since like to me like for the very few isekais that I know of, it's almost always a harem. I don't know if it's just like my dirty data source, but it's almost always just a harem. And I think an Otome game setting would be like perfect for that. But no, it's
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like you need an Otome game setting to have a harem.
yeah.
If
definitely.
anything,
most
it works as a
shows-
mechanical
Diegetically,
excuse.
It diegetically makes sense. Slightly more than
suppose.
if it was just a fantasy world number 573. But
And just gets a whole cavalcade of fantasy race bitches on his dick.
exactly.
Trust me, even if there wasn't a mechanical reason, they'd find any excuse to put in a harem.
Oh fuck.
They would go to any lengths, cross any desert, weather any natural disaster to put a harem in their anime.
100%.
Yeah, I've run out of things to say about Otome
Same.
game.
I think that's it. Interesting
Uh,
intro. No, so to summarize my thoughts on it, interesting intro. The rest is mid. Moving on.
I actually I have one last note, which is that the episode takes on an oddly serious turn at the end. Did anyone just get really weirded out by how serious the tone was trying to be and how
I'm gonna
not
be real with you,
strung
dog.
along it was?
The last thing I remember was him flying back with
Same.
the gems
Same.
and
I'm
whatnot.
like at that point.
And I
Like,
was
oh yeah,
like-
this is the
I was
ending.
like-
I can.
I think I might have blacked out the rest of the ending.
Yeah, same. I like.
It's
Oh my.
like-
Okay. Oh yeah. It's. Oh yeah. He came back with the loot. Yeah. Okay, I'm closing this. Move.
No, it's not like
Okay,
the
anyway.
very end. It was like he was like getting choked by the robot, and it was like coughing.
that happened
like,
before.
I'm about to die.
That was before
Yeah,
he
that-
came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before he came back. So I guess it's not the very end, but like near the end. It was just really odd. It was like, this is the first episode. You're not gonna get away with that tone. I'm not going to care.
Yeah, if you're gonna set the tone with your first episode, you gotta follow the great example of Skeleton Knight in Another World
Oh yes.
and have the characters fucking get raped in the first frame of your show. Do better, all anime.
That's the only way to set a serious tone.
Oh god, no, nothing
I mean, we've
better.
established that we're not fucking around and goofing off. It's not like we're gonna follow this this horrific event up with a series of goofs and gaffs.
Oh my god, that's a flashback again. All right,
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I
out of
think-
things to say.
same.
All right, well, Crunchy, go ahead and take the next show on our list.
What is the next show on our list? I am looking.
Love After
I am
World
looking. That
Domination.
would be.
Love After World Domination. It's the
Yes,
one with
this
the
is
Power
one I
Rangers.
like. Okay.
Yes, here we go.
So, I think, okay, it's right there. So basically, this is a show about a superhero and a supervillain who are supposed to be, duking it out. They're, heated rivals, when in actuality, they have a secret affair going on behind the scenes that they can't let the public know about. And this episode goes a little bit into their backstory. You've got the noble hero working hard every day. You've got the supervillain who's kind of like, more harsh, but also has a blushy side. The characters so far aren't especially, well developed, but I think that they both have potential, are both pretty immediately endearing. And I just love the premise so much. And also it's hilarious. Like, I loved the first episode of this. Not sure what you two think, but you can...
I wouldn't
Personally,
say I
thoughts on
loved it,
this.
but it does feel like it is a very acute, definitely cute. Definitely got some heart
it's adorable.
palpitations going in the cockles of my soul. It is literally just what if Red Ranger, Jason, and Rita Repulsa got together, and Rita Repulsa was a cute blonde anime girl.
I love her character design. She's like absolutely adorable. I was
I
appreciating
really
her
like
design.
It flew
Flew out of my mind. Love.
She's got really cute expressions
Yes, I
every
just looked it up.
every time she blushes, and like her eyes go a little big, and like the mouth disappears, and the cheeks puff out a little. It's adorable. She's not that big personality wise, but it is a cute thing that I am looking at.
It's cute. One thing I'd say about this is that it's not my thing, but I personally, for what it tries to do, it's pretty good. Like also, yeah, she's all pretty cute. It doesn't have much depth. That's all I'm gonna say. But it's. I think this was meant to be a surface level parody show. Like
Yeah,
that's what it
like
is.
I can't imagine there being a serious narrative to the show. It feels like it's gonna be one of those like, oh, we're just gonna go on like a cute date every single episode, and we gotta balance out the wacky hijinks of our Power Ranger make my monster grow shenanigans.
Well, no, you don't understand. They're gonna get found out. Like, that can't not happen. They've set it up. Chekhov's gun is cocked too much. And I am here for that plot point. I can't wait for that, because that's gonna be... I'm at least gonna be
that's gonna be
super
tough though. I can't explain. I can't explain. No, you can't. I'm waiting for the wedding. Yeah, it's very.
It's
fun.
easily
Yes?
It's easily the best looking Project Number 9 show they've ever put out, because all the other shows look like ass.
Personally, I don't.
Yeah,
a bit of a confession. I don't really like the art style of this show too much, but I'm not the one to like. The art style is
That goes to show you how good Studio Project Number 9 is.
Project Number 9 has never been a visually good studio. Even the shows they've put out that I really like Jakuchara Tomozaki-kun, my biggest complaint with that is the visuals. But these visuals are actually like really solid. Well, okay, maybe not really solid, but they are
they're
like
good
compared
for
to their usual works.
Number 9.
This is a shining piece in their portfolio.
I'd say it's the first show they've made that where I can safely say the visuals are. I struggle to say good, but I'm gonna say it very.
I'm
plausible?
looking
The bare minimum.
I'm looking
of
at all
good.
their other shit. I'm looking at Rokubo or whatever.
I
Don't
Yeah.
look
Oh,
at their
yeah.
other
Oh,
shit. You
oh,
don't
wait,
want to
they-
look at that.
No. Oh wait, oh yeah, Higehiro. I
Hentai
realized it.
Heroes, Tomozaki-kun, among other things. The fucking the lolly shogi show.
I hated
Yeah,
that
all
one.
of it. All of it. It just looks like ass. But this one looks like not so much ass.
This one is the least ass out of the entire lineup.
It's the
I
bare
guess I
minimum
can
of what I
agree with
would
that.
consider to be good, up-to-date visuals in 2022. And for that, it's commendable, because that's better than most anime.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to
100%.
our boy, the Red Ranger Fudo Aikawa for we see him like several times throughout this first episode, pumping it at the gym, working out. When he was a lad, he's eating 4 dozen eggs every morning to help him get large, and now that he's grown, he's eating 5 dozen eggs, roughly the size of a barge. He's the true hero.
A Chad, a
He
definition
is
of a
going
Chad.
ham on it.
Amazing.
I have a line of dialogue here quoted. I think this is from near the beginning of the episode, and I really liked it. It was, quote, from the main character, according to the specialist texts I consulted on the topic, couples are supposed to hold hands. Basically the implication that he asked his best friend what to do on a date. I thought it was hilarious.
It is another cute aspect to be like, they don't know. They're both
This is
clueless
their
on how
first time. This is
relationships
their
are
first
supposed
love.
to work.
Yeah.
And it's like their research is like, at what point do we hold hands? At what point do we hug and kiss?
Oh no, if we hold hands, I'll get pregnant. No.
Well, they don't go that far, but it's like, what? If,
Not
like
yet.
they hold hands. Like, are we moving too fast? We're holding hands on the 3rd date or some shit like that.
Very
It's
funny.
blushing and cute and fun, and it's not obnoxious like some other shows can be with that sort of couple. So I thought it was overall really good.
I would be prepared to maybe walk away with it, giving it like a half-hearted recommendation. I just can't help but feel like, and I haven't seen it yet because I'm waiting to do like the whole block once this half of the podcast is all recorded and wrapped up. I have a sneaking strong suspicion that Shikimori is just gonna curb stomp this show into the pavement because it's that Shikimori is just this show but better.
I have seen
everything I've seen.
I
Gotcha.
have seen the first episode of this show and the first episode of Shikimori. I won't tell you my thoughts on Shikimori, but I will say, even with having seen that show, which I saw the Shikimori after this, I'd still give it my recommendation.
If you're in to me, if you're into like Power Rangers and anti-villains having a forbidden love with each other, I could somewhat recommend this. It seems it's funny. It's good for that regard. It's just not really my thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, like
It is absolutely my thing.
Yeah.
any ground that I would have to continue this show would be on the basis of
Forbidden
if
love.
Shikimori for this season, if I'm recommending the show to the seasonal viewer, being like, all right, what do I watch and what do I don't watch? If you only have time for one of these kinds of shows, I would 100 times recommend Shikimori before this show. But if you have time for both, this
Yeah,
one's not as good. But if you just want another one like it,
It's to
You
me.
can
To me,
do
like,
a lot
okay,
worse.
it's not comparable. Like, one is a school slice of life, and the other is a fantasy Super Ranger, superhero stuff. But yeah,
well,
you-
they're the same.
They're
like,
other than
spirit
that they're
of
the
the
same,
show.
but like if you want like a different execution of that on a different setting, it's good, I guess.
Well, hold on. So Neon, you've seen Shikimori, right?
I haven't seen the first episode, but I've seen so many clips of it that like just going off of the clips and like what I gleaned from that, I'm like,
I've
oh,
catched up
this,
with
and like even just looking at Shikimori, the visuals,
I have catched up with Shikimori.
and like even just looking at the visuals, like, oh, this show is going to like put what's her name, Shikimori's putting Desimee's teeth onto the curb and then delivering a giant stomp to the back of her neck. The teeth
I
are
will
shattered
stay
everywhere.
quiet.
Stay
I will
quiet.
hold my tongue.
I can't wait for
Oh,
the betrayal
man.
that you'll give
Oh,
me
God.
next
Stay-
recording.
Stay silent for the next couple of weeks. You know, I don't think I think I said like my conclusion. Like I think like thrice now, but
Yeah, I think we've gleaned all we can from Love After World Domination. Vlusky, go ahead and take the next show.
oh no, I was looking forward to the next show, but hang on. What was it? Okay, the
Ow,
sport
Ashi.
the sports show. Okay, I just want to go off for a moment. I don't really like sports shows. They're not really for me. Like I'm just not interested in it. So this was literally the last one I've watched, and then I unfortunately have forgotten most of it. But
Damn.
I think that, okay, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to jog my memory here. So there's this one footballer. Okay, pardon, y'all are US, right? Y'all call it soccer.
It's soccer to us, good old
Okay.
air breathing, water
Okay, if Casual is
drinking,
still here, he'll back me up on the football
cigarette
thing.
smoking,
Anyway,
tax
football.
avoiding Americans.
Anyway, football, soccer, whatever. He's like a really good soccer player. That's like football/soccer player. That's like he's like the main star of the team. But the thing is, no one really understands his potential. No one, he's a really weird guy. Like he tends to be like being overly imaginative, I guess. Like his ambition was too far from most people, and so no one bats an eye on him. And then when he did join the team, he's the one doing all the work. So yeah, and then I think, if I remember correctly, there's an argument that breaks off, like the other team losing and then breaking up an argument, and he like punching the opposite team, and then all the people became very, very surprised, like, oh my god, why did you do that? And then he spirals into depression and he runs off the house. And then this is where things start to get interesting. And then I'd like to call it a talent scout of some sort. Like he saw the potential of that footballer. Hang on, I need to remember his name. Hang on.
It's okay, I didn't remember his name either. The
I don't
only
remember
character's
his
name
name
I remembered
either.
was Aoi because he's the main character.
Yeah, the main character.
I
basically,
didn't
the main
even
character,
remember that.
Like so yeah, the scout, the talent. Let's call him the talent scout from it. Sees Owen and like, hey, you look good, but you can be better. Let's see if you can do this, and this. And then like he basically pushes the main character out of his comfort zone for a moment. Like he tells like what went wrong and then what you need to practice on. And then the talent scout also doesn't know like his full potential until at the right end of the episode, where he explains like, oh my god, this is where we went wrong, this is what we're supposed to do, but my teammates are all garbage and won't help me, so I can't do all of it. Yeah, I think that's, and then that's the end of the episode, I think. Well, I'm sorry if
What
I'm
an
a bit...
excellent recap.
Yeah, basically recapped the entire episode.
Yes.
Your characterization of Ashito Aoi, I have the Annie list page open,
Yes.
isn't entirely isn't wrong, but I would like to add, because this is the part of his character that really endeared me to him. His like cockiness and arrogance and like
Yes,
his
it's cockiness.
brashness.
I have that same note. I was like,
Yes.
the last note that I had with the show is like, it's a sports anime with a main character with a personality that isn't grating or isn't just generic milquetoast garbage. He's confident in his abilities. He has a sense of morality to him, and like he has a set of beliefs that he performs actions based around, characterizing him as such. What?
He's very, very, I'd say his main problem is that he has like such a quick fuse and like, acts purely on his emotions at the moment.
He's got that
But you
shonen
also
heart. You can't diss his friends.
But like you also get why, it's like understandable why he's that way. He's very confident in his abilities because he can literally carry a team, even if, he's a bit too arrogant. Why he flipped out and punched the guy, because, well, there were, all these extenuating circumstances with his mom and, like, the team's hard work. You get why he did it, even if he shouldn't have done it. So, in a sense, he's arrogant, quick to, flip out, but you get why he did those things, and it's very sympathetic in that sense.
Yes.
And I don't know, I was just really endeared to him. I'd say this was probably, of the shows in this block, like one of my favorites. Behind Spy X Family and Aharen, this was probably third place.
I Sadly, because time has passed since watching the show and doing the recording, I have
Yes. Yeah,
forgotten
me neither. Like again,
everything
again,
that isn't a highlight to me.
I don't
But,
care about this. No. I don't care about this. It's even more like, yeah. Okay, I think I did I'd like to give myself a pat on the back for recapping the whole episode, but I don't like. Okay, I still don't care about it. But for a sports show, I can see this being like very appealing to those like in that market.
It's a very cool concept for the upcoming Blue Lock anime. So thank you to Production IG for giving us the concept work, and as we wait for the actual soccer/football anime to come out. But if you want to watch something that's it doesn't have the same like style or interesting mechanics and ideologies of Blue Lock. I don't know if you guys have heard anything about the manga for Blue Lock.
I have not.
Okay, well, it's like
nothing about it.
It's one of the most recently popular sports anime. Yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say about that. I found it interesting that the heckler that was bullying Aoi at the start of the episode that did to trigger him into punching him actually came over to his mom's house and apologized for his actions.
That's like a good so, oh yeah, was it the bit when like he ran out of the house and then the entire family was worried?
I don't remember if it was that, but I remember it was like he came over because he knew that like, all right, Aoi is too good of a soccer player that he could just carry his whole team to victory over mine. So my idea to advance in the tournament is if I can just like get him like barred from the game by getting him to attack me by provoking him, then we'll have a shot. But like the guilt of that overwhelms him because they used to be friends on a different team. I'm pretty sure, like at a different school.
I don't remember enough about it to say if you're right or wrong, but that sounds about right. I know they had a history at least.
I have in my notes that he was an old teammate, and I wrote that note as I was watching the episode, so I'm pretty sure that can't be wrong. Maybe I have the school thing wrong, but they used to be teammates on a different team.
One of my favorite things in anime is when there's this generic character that seems like they're just there to start shit and like be an asshole. And then, they end up getting humanized and shown to have more facets to them. So I was a huge fan of that scene. That scene was just amazing. In general, this show, at least this episode, is really good on the moment-to-moment basis because, you have this very endearing main character. And then one of the things I really liked was the tactics talk. So he's talking with, let me look at his name, Tatsuya Fukuta.
Yeah, the manager.
Yeah, like the one dude who's like scouting him for the team.
That was his name.
They're basically breaking down what Aoi's basically strengths in terms of play are, and what he brings to the table, and why he's a good player, and what his weaknesses may be. And I'm not. As I've said before, I'm not very much a huge fan of, action-y scenes, and this probably carries over to sports, although I haven't seen that many sports anime, so I can't really say for sure. But what I do like is the tactics and strategy behind fight scenes, and also apparently sports scenes, because I really enjoyed hearing about exactly what Aoi, excels at as a player, and seeing that broken down with all these lines. He can
visualize the entire field in his head and predict where all of the players and opponents are gonna be.
Oh my god.
I don't quite understand how he's able to do that and manage the ball at the same time, but he's just that good.
I guess we'll see that expanded upon later. It does sound a little cartoony and ridiculous when you put it like that.
Yeah, I think. It's a bit over the top.
I'm still holding out faith
that this might be good.
Yeah,
it is good right now.
No,
of all of the shows from
This
this
is one of the
block,
better ones.
it is the one that I've regret not watching another episode of to reaffirm my opinion, because it is definitely on the positive end of the spectrum for this block. I just don't know if I'm yet like 100% ready to like walk away being like, yeah, this is one you gotta watch.
I'm maybe not 100%. Like with Spy X Family, I was 100%.
Yeah, well, yeah,
With
Spy X
Aharen,
Family was obvious.
I
Let's not
was-
talk about that again. Yeah, it's a hard sell. No, it's like it sells. For this one, yeah, I think if you like sports show, I'm not sure. Like I never even watched Haikyuu, but it's probably good if you like that kind of stuff. It's relatively well done. It's on the good side of the spectrum. I just never really cared.
One last note I have, which is that the visuals are really good, like really, really solid. Now, they're not the
that
highest
production
quality
IG
out there.
I need to jog my memory
Consistent.
again. And I need to. And I remember being so indifferent about like the cover art doesn't interest me.
Inspired confidence. But
Okay.
Yeah.
but yeah,
The cover art
I don't remember
ain't
the
great.
animation being bad.
The anime. Okay,
What I
just
really
watched.
liked was that the backgrounds were all really consistently, detailed, and like the show really captures like rust and dirt well, which is an odd compliment, but like, buildings and like chain link fences in particular, have dirt and rust on them. Whereas most shows would probably just do like, very
Polish.
simple
polish.
render polish.
Yes, no, it's like perfect, pixel perfect. No dirt and grime, just wood.
Yeah, a lot of shows tends to have like 2D characters and then like mostly, 3D rendered backgrounds, or at the very least, backgrounds that look sort of
Realistic?
almost like they're rendered, but also seem like they could be drawn 2D, just very slapdash. Whereas this is like, it basically renders a character in a setting very well.
I'm just looking. I'm looking at it. Yeah, it does like incorporate like it does like R1. I recently just watched something from a studio. Hang on, I need to look it up again, and I've forgotten. It was Bell. It was made by hang on, I forgot. Studio Chizu, the one that made where is it? Wolf Children.
Oh, yeah, the Mamoru Hosoda studio.
Yeah, Mamoru Studio. And my main complaint with that is how separated like the characters and the backgrounds are. Like it's good, like it's objectively good. It reminds me of Ghibli, but oh my god, guys!
I didn't think Bell had that problem.
It has that. To me, it's like, especially on the other scenes, the characters are really flat. Like they're almost no shading at all, and in the background is just this beautiful painted. I can't believe that it's painted. It's like you can see the brushstrokes, but yeah,
I can kind of see what you're talking about, but
it's like separation.
it's like, I don't know. It didn't really bother me.
I'm currently like describing like the issues that most animes have, and this one I'm looking at it again. While I don't exactly like the art style of Ashi, it's like one thing. It incorporates the foreground and background really well.
Well, you heard it here first, folks, and incorporates the foreground and background really well. The glowing review of Awashi by
Yes.
Lusky the Husky.
uh,
Now, why don't you keep up that glowing praise talking about the best show of the season, Heroines Run the Show.
let's go. This is what I'm hyped. Y'all know how much I'm excited I am about this. Okay, who's gonna do the plot explaining bit?
Go ahead. 'Cause
You
you're
should,
so
Flusky,
excited about it.
yeah.
All right, let's
You
go.
seem more excited than I am.
All right, so let's start with the main character. Main character. She likes to run. She has this ambition to tracking. I think that's the term. Basically, she likes to run, and she just really loves running. But her hometown school didn't have like any tracking clubs, and so she was attended to like a different school on the main town Tokyo. And in that, and this is the first part of the thing I really like. It's like really ambitious thing. It was it's like a rural child trying to get used to the city, and she lives all alone without her parents. That's cool. And then on the turn of events in the new school, there are two idols. There are two people fighting, and they don't fight with each other. At first, the girl doesn't care about it, but then, the more she learns, and then she slowly learns that they're actually idols, and they have like a big fandom between them, and they have fans all over them. And and then a quick turn of event. This is like at the end of episode 1. I hope it doesn't spoil anything, but at some point in the show, she wants to like get a part-time job to like get a salary because the family in her home are struggling, and one of the jobs she like applied for has this really good pay, so she applied to it. She apparently did terrible on the interview, and so she thought that she wouldn't get the job. But to her surprise, she actually got the job, and the job was to become these two idols' manager, like a secret manager thing. Yes, and so her shenanigan begins. It was her trying to babysit two idols. I think that's the main credit.
How do you remember this much about the plot of all the shows you watch?
Yeah, Vlusky, I was gonna say, aside from the pit where it's at the very end where you said she manages the two idols, I was gonna be like, I'm not gonna get mad at you if you're pranking or you're gaslighting me right now, until you're talking about like making up things about this show that would just like be like, oh yeah, this is totally what happened, because I couldn't remember dick about this show. This was the one. This is one of, like, the worst ones of the block thus far. That was mashing the skip button, being like, say something interesting. I'm struggling to find the interest. There's none.
Oh, God. All right.
Okay, so I feel like, okay, so the way we've sort of got our opinions split up. Vlusky seems way more positive on it than I am. Neon Mantis seems way more negative on it than I am. I'm thinking like maybe strong 6, light 7 to the first episode. So this is gonna be an interesting conversation.
Yes. Oh
I
my God.
am insulted that you think the first episode of the show is roughly on par with Dress Up Darling in its entirety.
It's not roughly on par.
No,
Dude,
you know
Dress
what?
Up Darling was like a super high 7 out of 10. It's not roughly
Personally,
on par.
this thing. Okay, you know what, lads? I personally really like how they introduced everything in here. It's just like really It's just like really good at sequencing things, and I'm like, oh my God, yes, I know. They go, oh wow, and then when the thing rolls, I go, oh my God, this is gonna get interesting. Totally my thing.
When you were talking about her being on a track team and like getting money for her family, I dead ass thought you were trying to you were just pranking me right now. I thought you had momentarily just got it confused with fucking Akabe Sailor uniform from last season somehow. Because I'm thinking, all right, rule setting, we open with a girl running. It's also she wants to be an idol in that show. It's not a 1-to-1, but it's you were describing a show I'd much rather be watching.
Oh yes. Okay. Speaking of Akabe, a slight tangent. We're gonna talk about the art style later, but the style of this reminds me of Akabe somehow. Like, probably it's far.
How?
Ouch.
What? Okay, Vlusky.
Yes.
I'm going to be praising. Hold on.
Okay. I'm not sure how that happened.
In
no.
What sense? In what universe does this show even remotely compare to how fucking good?
No, it's not in that regard. Like it's like I'm like it's a criticism I have for both of them. The eyes are too far apart, and it's like it's really ovular. Again, that's the word. Yeah, that's
Oh, boy.
one.
Vlusky,
Oh boy, yes.
I genuinely
Yes.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, same.
I mean, either.
Okay, I
That's one
do
of
kind of
the-
understand.
One of the notes I have for some reason.
Sometimes in Akabi the eyes are a little weirdly fall apart and they kind of look like weird little dolls. But
The rest,
even
okay.
that aside, this show wishes it could drink the piss out of the toilet
Okay.
that Akabi's sailor
I-
uniform does its business in.
It's
This
just,
show
it's
has
just a short note
nothing.
I have. It's just short note I have. Oh my god, yeah, I don't like it. Can y'all like make an anime closer to fix things? Anyway, that aside, let's
I
see
think
what
this
are-
show is visually pretty consistent. I'd say it's up to date looking. It's not. It doesn't
It's-
look like garbage. It's.
I mean, I
I'd even
suppose
say it's
consistent. If you're consistently bland, I suppose that's considered consistent.
Oh come on.
Honestly, I wouldn't even say it's consistently bland. It has a slightly different art style from
good.
I
most
personally
anime. It's
thought it
difficult
was
to
literally-
describe if I don't
really-
here. I'm gonna actually look up to become a real heroine.
It's
and
ladies.
get a picture right there, because it has a little bit of a different art style than most anime. You know, most anime have that very standard anime look, and this deviates from it a little bit. You know, it's really difficult to describe. I'm having a
Okay.
hard time describing
okay, I was-
exactly what the
yes.
difference is, but it's like
It's like
All I'm saying
it's different.
is the only thing that ever stuck out to me about the visuals of the show was like, damn, that girl's got some unkempt eyebrows.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's that.
And
Okay, you know what?
fair
I
enough.
like everything. It's only the girl. It's character design. The girl's cute. The girl's cute. That's it. And the two idols. Honestly, while I'm very excited about this, the two idol characters exist. I'd rather watch Liela or something, and this is not it. And
Crunchy, I'm curious to see if you also wrote this down or picked up on this as a note, the way I did. Did you find the main girl's voice annoying at all? Like kind of grating?
I didn't at all. I actually thought it was kind of interesting.
I wanted to. Well, okay, maybe mute the whole episode was a bit of an over exaggeration, but like it's of all of the 4 notes that the show was able to wring dry out of me. 2 of them were she got unkempt eyebrows and her voice is weirdly annoying for Inori Minase. Like it was so weird that I had to look up who her voice actress was. And to look at all the stuff she's done, and she's fucking Rem in ReZero, and Rem's not annoying.
Oh, jeez.
So to listen to, she's fucking Hestia. She's Chino from.
she's Aharen too.
Is she Aharen as well? Yeah,
Yes.
Aharen's voice wasn't annoying.
God.
So what's the deal?
To be
Personally,
fair, it is very difficult to annoy me with a voice actor. I think I'm pretty tolerant to that. I
Same, I
thought
don't
her
really mind
voice it sounds very different from most anime characters' voices, and for that I actually kind of appreciated it. I wasn't really annoyed.
yeah,
I think like she had like she was doing like a southern country accent kind of for Japan, but like it was the way that she delivered her lines. I was like, can you like stop talking?
stay silent for a couple of weeks.
Oh
And
yeah, this is
then-
the show that I had the note. My first note for this show. God, I love heroin.
Oh yes, I love heroin. Oh yes, get me that. Be careful about HIV and AIDS.
Now, Vlusky, I have a question for you because I was surprised that I
Yes?
didn't hear this come out of your analysis, considering you had so much to say about the show. Are you aware about the idols within Heroines Run the Show?
Idols again. I think the idol bit here is more. The idol bit, I am aware of the 2 groups, and like the first time they interact on episode 2.
No.
Yes.
I'm
No.
talking about, are you familiar with the idols themselves?
No, I'm not. Yeah,
Okay, what if I told you that they are real people?
I'm not surprised.
That is
I'm not
They
surprised.
they are not fictional
actually
characters.
surprised me.
They are fictionalized interpretations of the characters. But no, these
I am
are
not
the
surprised.
actual male idol duo Lip X Lip, and this show is about this girl working as their manager while they're in Pretty Boy High School.
I am not surprised since yes, I'm gonna bring excuse me as I bring up Bang Dream. That one also has like real life counterparts to the idol to the fictional character. So I'm not surprised. That's the reason why I don't.
Are there characters in Bang Dream? Do they have real life counterparts?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
In fact, one of them, I'm gonna just hopefully I can tone down the banger, but one of them, Roselia, Roselia is bassist. It's one of my favorite characters. She actually sang the ending theme for Shikimori, and she sounds adorable. I like her vocals. Anyway, I am very much. I don't know that's the case. I'm very much not surprised since that's how most of these work anyway. Since Love Life did that
I was
too.
very surprised.
Love Life did that too. Love Life did it too. D4DJ has it. I'm pretty sure Idol. Not
Is this
Idol
just a thing in idol anime? Like you just
Well, yeah, I was gonna say I have never heard of Love Live, Bang Dream, or any of those shows having the characters I thought they were all original made up characters for their franchises. I didn't know that
it's mostly
they took
the voice
real
actor,
world idols and then
it's
made
mostly
them
their
into
voice
anime.
actors. No, it's for example, in Bang Dream, there has this band, for example, let's take Poppin' Party, for example. They have five of their characters, and then the voice actors of five of those characters formed a band in real life, and they performed they have concerts and everything.
Okay, that's a little different to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this was a pre-established idol group. This anime is literally kind of just ego stroking.
Oh.
This is about this. Yeah, these two are real people, and this anime is being made about them. Lip X Lip is a real male idol duo, and these two characters are real people. They are not. I don't know if they're I'd have to check the page, see if they're lending their original voices. I would not be surprised if they were. Going off of the images, I would say yes.
Okay, to be completely honest, hearing that kind of makes the show worse for me.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
so,
okay. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this performance kind of.
Okay, so what rubbed me the wrong way about this show was that it's so here we have these idol characters who are in high school, and also they're simultaneously high school students, pretty boy, mysterious anime bad boy characters, and also two of the most popular idols in Japan. And it's about this main girl who's way out of her element, no experience whatsoever, managing them as the idol manager. And I'm thinking, is this gonna be one of those shows where we're gonna stroke the dick of idol culture and idol just idols in general? Is this gonna be one of those shows where the female audience is supposed to project onto the female main character, be like, oh, that could be me. I could be the one managing Lip when there were pretty boy high schoolers. I'm gonna coom.
I thought that implication was honestly all over the first episode, but I didn't know they were based off of real people.
No. Okay, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it again.
That's the part that ruins it for me.
Hang on. I'm looking at it again.
I'm okay if it's fictional.
No, I found their fandom wiki page. If I'm not mistaken, based on this, it's one of those real life counterparts again. But if no, never mind.
I guarantee you with 100% certainty, it's not one of those things where it's the voice actors for the characters that were made originally for the franchise are doing concerts with pretending to be those characters. These guys existed before this anime was ever made. They are a real idol duo, and this anime is being made about them.
That's cringe. All right, lowering my score to low 6 just based off of that alone, because I really don't like that.
Yeah, I got it.
So now knowing that, like, think back to all the scenes where like they're fighting out in the street, they're getting all the bitches' attention in the high school class, they're acting aloof and mysterious, and kind of mean to the main girl. So like now imagine all of that encapsulated under like the lens of this is a real idol duo, and this girl is trying to be their manager, almost as like a surrogate insert for the female audience.
Oh man, all right. Well, if it were that case, then I'm going to like deduct a few points from it. But to me,
it recontextualizes things, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To me, they're not the
does
highlight.
quite a bit.
They're not the highlight of the thing. For me, it's more like about like the drama of like how the idol industry works, like how they need to put up an act, and how they need the fake smile they need to put, and
we already have the perfect piece of anime about how the idol industry works.
Do
it's
tell.
called Perfect
Please
Blue,
do tell.
and it's a masterpiece.
Do tell.
Have you seen Perfect Blue?
All
I
right,
have
Perfect Blue.
The fact that you have
really
to
big-
look up what Perfect Blue is
Yes.
speaks volumes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I know
I
what
haven't.
you're talking about. I just haven't seen the movie yet.
It's a masterpiece. It's one of those rare occasions where I watch something for the first time and be like, I need to watch this again. I dead ass watched it the next day.
All right.
Oh,
I
geez.
don't do that with movies almost ever. I was like, I watched it one night, went to sleep, woke up the next day, and be like, I need to watch this again. And it's like, yeah, it's a masterpiece.
All right. Oh,
God
well,
rest
if
Satoshi's
oh
soul.
well, I think I said enough that I don't actually have many animes in my catalog. Oh.
Well,
Fucking
if you're
Norman.
gonna add one, make Perfect Blue one of them. And then it's the ultimate understanding of what idol culture is. Even back in the 90s, that shit like this was made in the late 90s, and this shit has aged like wine.
Perfect. All right. Well, that speaks it. Well, that's enough about it, I guess.
Yeah, we
I
spent
do
way
have-
more time.
talking
I
about
actually
others
have
over
a few things to say.
a few things.
A few things like
Yeah.
two.
Hey, go ahead.
So I just want to talk briefly about what endeared me to the show and what I found interesting or perhaps even just confusing about it. The first thing is that I like the main character. She feels a lot like Kaidi Hanjo from Bofuri, which is a show that nobody saw, and that would have
Bofuri,
been
these
literally
nuts.
I hate that.
Owned.
All right.
But
continue,
anyway,
continue.
Bofuri would have literally. I personally gave Bofuri a 5 out of 10, and it would have genuinely been like a 2 out of 10 without Kaidi Hanjo. So basically, I like the main character because she's a lot like Kaidi Hanjo, because I really like Kaidi Hanjo. And she honestly will probably end up being an even more interesting character than Kaidi Hanjo, just on the basis of, having like the financial issues and, having the goal to be a track player. Whereas in Bofuri, Kaidi Hanjo kind of just existed to be the main character, but like because she's sort of ditzy and airheaded and has this sort of cutesy aura around her, it gives it more of an interesting vibe. So I don't know, we'll see. And then the next note I had is that this show has a never-ending deluge of introducing like new characters just constantly, and it was really baffling.
Oh
There's
yeah,
just,
that's
every few minutes there's a new character, and it was like, were they trying to cram the entire cast in here? Just non-stop.
Well, at least I'm going. I don't want. Okay, never mind. Another thing I'll have note of is again the two idol characters. They exist. I don't care for the mates. But I do like Hiyori and how she handles the situation. I personally don't like the rest of it. Well, I'm personally excited about this, right? Because it's like, oh well, it's finally my time to shine. But yeah, no, I'm just watch Love Live Superstar instead. That's it.
Oh God, that's the recommendation that you walk away with. Don't watch this
Yep.
show. Watch
Go.
Love Live.
No.
I didn't realize you fucking hated this show.
Yeah. I personally gave this like a light 7. Like I like some of it, and then the rest of it, and then there's some aspects of it, and are like, yeah, I've seen that before. I personally think this is a decent execution of the thing. I don't think it's like the best.
Like,
and also the anime.
if Lip were if this weren't based on actual real life idols and if these were all fictional characters, it'd be one thing. It'd just be another indulging of male idol wankery. But that like knowing that it's based on an actual pairing of real people, and it's still it kind of it kind of lends it this almost the parasitic creepy. Being like, oh, that could be me. I could be this girl with no experience, no training, managing this highly successful world or nation-renowned group. It's unhealthy.
Yeah, I think for that one, if that were the case, if it weren't for the like the funny voice actor counterpart, yeah, if that were the case, yeah, it's not cool. But personally, I haven't found anything. I'm silently just like looking at thing, and personally, I haven't found something mentioned along the lines of that. But if it were, I don't know.
So the next show we're covering is Love All Play, according to the list, and I don't remember what that is. Please enlighten me.
It was the badminton
all the notes. All the notes I have here are like the plot.
It's bad.
Like I said again, I don't care about sports shows, and this one is definitely like I don't know about the competition, but I can just tell that this is just It's
last season there was this badminton anime called Ryman's Club where I was on the fence about it. It wasn't necessarily the worst thing ever. It just seemed like it was needlessly combining office drama with a sports anime. It was juggling like two different shows that didn't seem like either was strong enough to stand on its own. So they had to combine it together in an effort to make it more interesting. This is worse than that because this is just the most boilerplate sports anime you've ever seen in your life.
Okay,
so I remember why I didn't remember this show, because I dropped this episode halfway through, and this is the only show I did that for, if I recall correctly. And it's not even that this is the worst show we watched. It's just that, like, well, okay, so part of it was that we were, like, basically, this was the day of, like, the first podcast recording, and so I needed to, hurry things along to make the podcast in time. And of the shows I watched that day, this is the one I decided that I would only watch half of. Because the other ones I watched were Ashi and another show that was honestly worse and that I wish I stopped halfway through, but yeah.
Love All Play is a sports anime with bare bones animation, so it is dead on arrival.
It's like, okay, it's a sports show. It needs to have like good movement, right? And no, it's
and it doesn't.
God damn it. Okay, so also all the notes
it's classic. I'm sorry, go ahead.
All the notes I have is the plot because I just know that I'm going to forget this 5 minutes later.
Honestly, I don't remember the plot at all.
All right,
it's melodrama. It's all melodrama. This guy's getting recruited for the good boy high school badminton team, but he's like, hey, it's okay, I want to go with my friends to like the lesser school, we can play together. And it's like, it's too early. This is episode 1. We're 10 minutes. It's too early for this fucking melodrama about these characters I don't know and don't care about, and dumping this big like life-changing, life-altering choice on him this early when I don't know or care about him does me nothing.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, this is the one that I watched on a big spree, I guess. And remember that like skip 5-second thing I did with Aharen? Oh, you bet I spammed the thing hard on this one.
Yeah,
no,
there's
nothing on here. Also, another note I have, the background music. it's literally it's YouTube audio library tier stuff. It's either that or lo-fi beats relax to study to. There's no correlation between how the music and the scene. I only keep notice this because I usually like tolerate bad music if it's in the background, but this one is like it slowly creeps in it at times the mixing was like the music is louder than the dialogue too to me, and it's just like it's too noticeable not for me to not take mental notes of it, and yes, this is gonna be a long.
It's classic misreddit theory at work because it's made by Nippon Animation and OLM, and they're too busy working on Komi season 2 and Summertime Render to be putting out this third show this season, and judging by its place in the seasonal rankings and its popularity, both in terms of popularity and ranking, we can tell which one suffered from it the most.
Yeah, this is the one that got hit hard.
Does it have?
60%.
It has a 6.58, and it's got only 24,000 viewers.
60%.
It's under the fucking. It's under the fucking. It's under the Lip show.
Yeah, it's under that. Which no.
It's just above the new season of Love Live.
Oh.
So I honestly.
Looking forward to that one. Come on.
Oh yeah. Continue.
Honestly, I didn't hate the amount of the episode I watched. Probably just because I didn't watch enough of it for it to start getting on my nerves. But nothing really stood out to me. It was like, we've got a character.
It's just one of those anime that doesn't
in existence. Yes, that's one of.
It doesn't need to exist.
All right, no, okay. Seriously, I'm gonna read this verbatim. Verbatim on my notes. For the quality, the story exists. The animation is slightly below standard. Yeah, that's it. That's the note. That's it.
Yeah, that's all I have to say about Level Play as well.
I guess I just want to last thing. Draw a correlation between this and Ashi, because if you remember Ashi, we were talking about how we were immediately endeared to the main character. I at least enjoyed, the strategy talk. The melodrama characterized him, so it had, a point in the story. It wasn't just, oh, you're going to big school. It's like, what does that tell us about the main character? It tells us that he wants to go to an important school. What does, Aioi punching a dude in the face tell us about him?
He's got a moral code.
He has a character.
He's not gonna take shit. He'll take any abuse, but don't you dare talk shit about his friends.
He has
about his mom.
So it's like, which one is a more efficiently and effectively written show? Well, I'll let you be the judge of that.
Yeah, if I catch anyone watching Love All Play over Awashi, it's on site.
Yeah, no. I'll be surprised if they watch Love All Play above Awashi, to be honest. Aside from moral obligation.
Yes. I watched Love All Play and Awashi back to back. So
yes, me
this
too.
correlation is just seared
me too.
into my mind forever.
Me too. And this was Well, Ashi was the last one I watched. This was the second to last one I watched.
Literally the same for me. These were the last two I watched. That's a coincidence. That wasn't planned.
Oh, yes.
All right, now we come to a show I have a surprising amount to say about, that the internet has already taken a task with this show. Don't Hurt Me, My Healer.
So hold on.
I'm curious to see what you guys think.
You should explain what it is first.
All right, well, Don't Hurt My Healer is a fantasy comedy show about this knight dude who meets this dark elf girl who is a healer that asserts herself into forming a party with him, and she is the most passive-aggressive little bitch known to man.
Everything she says is basically passive aggressive. And at my big thing was that I couldn't tell if she was doing it intentionally or if she's genuinely just
Yeah,
that
that's the same thing.
stupid
It's like, is
and
she
has
is
no
she
social
being
skills.
That's
no, is she
That-
being
that's the
is she
joke.
this stupid, or is she just baiting the hell out of the guy? That's
and we don't know.
she shall never know.
It's the greatest ruse.
Okay.
So,
like, for me, okay. Yes.
Go ahead.
Like for me, like the show is very like it's funny. It's funny, but for some reason, like the character, like she was made to be annoying. That's clear, but sometimes she gets a bit too under my nerves.
I mean, she's definitely the kind of character you want to see her get shit stomped into the floor
Yeah.
for the things that she does. But at the same time, I can't like bring myself to be like, man, fuck this bitch, because she's kind of.
She carries
I mean,
it.
she's endearing to me in the way of how passive aggressive and how, like, if she weren't as funny as she was, I would hate this show. But the fact that the show is built around
actually,
this,
yeah, I give it.
this
I give it.
mean-spirited humor.
Yeah, I'll give the show that. It's very funny. It's very hilarious. I like the humor
Honestly,
aspect of it.
I didn't
It's-
find
it's
it that funny on the whole. I found specific lines occasionally kind of funny, but on the whole, there's just a lot of throwing
Yeah,
slightly
that's-
zany, goofy stuff out there at like rapid speed. It feels like the author was just being like, hey, this is kind of stupid. Let's throw that out, that out, that out, that out. But it's never stupid enough to be funny, and it's not told with enough wit or comedic timing, usually, to get a laugh out of me. There are a couple of exceptions to this. But in general, it's just kind of a style of comedy I don't like. I had the same problem with The Vampire Dies in No Time, where it feels like just a string of slightly stupid stuff happening at like rapid fire pace, but there's not enough timing behind the way things are delivered or enough, and it isn't ridiculous enough for me to be like, okay, this is like actually proper funny.
Well, see, my problem with The Vampire Dies in No Time is that every time that they make an attempt at a joke, they always follow it up with a zany, over-the-top reaction. Be like, hey, a joke is happening. We are doing a zany, over-the-top reaction to let you know that there is a joke. A joke is now happening. Laugh.
Laugh now.
And I suppose you could accuse this show of the same thing, but instead of an over-the-top zany reaction, we'll get mixed in like a straight-face, like, to take it at face value, like, excuse me, what did you say? Or like just like an underhanded jab, but like, no, wait, yeah, I feel like you meant something else when you said that. And like my favorite joke in the whole episode was when the bear slashes at the knight's face and wounds him, and then he gets taken back to the cave or the house of the bear, and the healer girl's with him, and she's like, I'm so sorry, I feel like it's all my fault, and I tried to heal your face as best I could. I'm only a novice healer, and I put my all into everything, but your face, it ended up horribly disfigured, and there's nothing I can do. And the bear is like handing the dude mirror and like consoling the girl and be like, the poor thing, she tried everything she could, but she just couldn't fix your face. And the knight's looking at him like, no, this is my normal face.
Yeah.
And the fact that she keeps going after like, oh, woe is me, I'm a failure as a healer, I couldn't save my party member. It's like, no, this is my face. And she's like, you can't tell if she's like actually
is she
like,
that
committed
stupid,
to
or
the
is she
bit or
implying
not.
that, like, is she stupid, or is she implying that the guy's ugly?
ugly.
I mean,
that one was like,
I feel like that could have been funny for me, but I was too distracted by the fact that the camera refused to show his face for some reason. It just kept on finding...
that was the worst part of that
Yeah.
bit, was that we don't get to see, like, I was expecting
Normal guy.
like if
guy
this
face
were
with
a
the-
like
Yeah.
like a normal, even like a normal anime face, because like I feel like that was the reason why we didn't see his face behind the helmet the whole time, or he never took his helmet off until he gets to the
like it's like
a
I hope
bear's
that was
place,
the I
so he can
thought
look into the mirror.
that the face was the punchline of the joke, but no.
But yeah, no, I think this is gonna be one of those shows where we straight up never see the main dude's face, which does kind of put a damper on that joke specifically, but it does everything that Carla does, like the things where she's like, all right, I'll be your healer if you like get on your knees and beg, and like she's saying that as she's like passing by the knight fighting the bear, And like it's like all the things that she says. Well, isn't it customary for a knight to like get down on his hands and knees and grovel at my feet so that way I may heal your petty pathetic ass? And then like it's so out of left field that even then it's like, hey, excuse me, Mr. Bear, can we take 5 for a moment? And the bear's like, oh yeah, sure.
Speaking of the bear, I was dumbfounded. Like, where the hell did that come from? Like, I was just
the bear was funny until they went back to the house. Then it became a little annoying.
He's just another character. But the first time he was introduced, though, it was like, oh my, wait, who invited you?
I really like the bit where the bear essentially becomes their couples therapist, even though they've known each other for
2
not
seconds.
even 5 minutes.
Probably the funniest line in the episode for me was, all right, so the bear keeps on having like this speech tick at the end of her sentences where she switches between like Kuma, bear.
Yes.
I think there was another one. And then the knights just
Growl
yells at
or
her, like, get your speech tick consistent already. And I found that pretty amusing for whatever reason.
Yeah.
That's funny you say that, because that was my least favorite part of the episode. What made me hate the bear the most? Because
well, yeah, it's annoying.
I'm not a big fan of speech tick gimmicks in general, and even like calling attention to it doesn't make it better in my eyes. I'd rather you just not have a stupid. What is it supposed to be endearing that the bear ends every sentence with Kuma or bear or growl or roar or something like that? That's not endearing. It's just annoying.
I did find it annoying after a while, but if the bear had that speech tick, then he told the bear to get it consistent, and the bear actually followed through and made it consistent, or just removed it entirely, I probably would have been like A-okay with her having the speech tick at the beginning. But the fact that she continues it is pretty annoying, but I do like the one line.
If she had like continued it until the guy called her out on it, it doesn't make you cute, stop it, and then she stops, that would have been funny.
Yeah. Personally, like, y'all saying what the bear is annoying, but to me the entire show is annoying. To me that was the point. Everything about it.
I feel like, it has a 5.7 on Mal right now. And that is, it's not a great show. Like the production values are not up to snuff for
like
something like
show.
You compared to the best show I could compare this to is Konosuba, as it is also you could compare Carla and Aqua, whereas the joke with Aqua is that she does get her shit pushed in every time she like abuses her brattiness or her laziness. Whereas Carla seems to get away with it, aside from like just she will get called out for it, but she won't suffer for it the way Aqua suffers. And maybe that's where people are getting their frustration from. Me personally, I also want to powerbomb Carla into the dirt where she belongs, but I can't help but just get a chuckle or a smile every time she takes a jab at the knight dude.
But see, the thing is that Konosuba just had better punchlines, and this one
better timing.
Konosuba's the funniest show.
I don't think Konosuba compares to the caliber of like the comedy.
This show is just kind of a flat line of stupid things are happening, and I'm just there dead-faced.
I didn't experience it as a flat line. In fact, if I'm being honest, of all the shows from this block, this was one of the more positive experiences I took away from it.
Actually, same though.
It's
yes.
It's once again, it is a case of the production values are not great, and I was curious as to which studio did this one. And it's the first television anime made by Studio Jumondo.
Oh.
Do you want to know what Jumondo has done before this?
What have they done?
Porn.
Oh hell yeah!
Exclusively
Hell
porn.
yeah!
Oh yes, they have. Oh wow, this is a very wide portfolio there, sir.
Yeah, they've done three porns throughout. They worked as they have producer credits on a TV anime like Yuru Yuri and Orimo. But as far as things that they've actually made, let's see. Cosplay Rakuin.
Uh-huh.
Don't think I've seen that one. Victoria Maid Maria no Hoshi. I think I've seen bits and pieces, but I've never gone out of my way to see the whole thing. And this one, the most cursed of them all, Boku to Misaki Sensei,
Oh, no.
which is
Oh no.
if you know, you know,
Oh, no.
and if you don't know, good.
I do not know, and I'm assuming
Guys,
I'm assuming I shouldn't.
Let's just say Shota fans will get a real kick out of that one.
Oh no.
Okay. All right, so that's interesting.
To me, it's always fascinating when a studio that's only ever had like real experience in porn tries their hand at a TV anime. I think a similar thing happened with what was it, Peter Grill? I think the studio behind that did porn before.
Well,
And at that point, it makes sense because Peter Grill is basically a TV hentai.
Okay, if that was the case, I'm actually surprised I didn't get hentai vibes from this. Yeah, props to them. Oh, that's probably.
I
Yes?
couldn't tell you off the top of my head if the quality of the hentai is better, has higher production values than this show, but if they did, unless your name is like what's the meme studio from hentai that people shit on, Queen Bee? If your name's not Queen Bee, hentai animation on average tends to be better than TV.
Oh,
If we're going on average, it never hits the peak of TV, but it doesn't, unless your name is Queen Bee, it doesn't hit the same lows.
that's interesting.
No.
Honestly, I haven't seen enough hentai to even talk on that point, so
I never even seen a hentai before. I do see like erotic. I don't think manga is what it's called. Doujin. No, I did seen that, but no, I've never seen a hentai. I'm still pure, somewhat. All right. So anything?
you got
that's-
anything
that's-
else
I
to
think
say
that's
on
it.
the
I think
show?
that's it now. I think that's it now.
I definitely want to continue the show. There's definitely, I will concede, it's a very real possibility that maybe the show will get more annoying, or maybe the show will, the production values will get worse. Or maybe the joke pool will run dry. Maybe I'll get tired of the same joke being Carla putting down the night dude in the most passive-aggressive way possible. But as far as first episode experiences, I've had... It was more positive than most shows from this block. If I'm being honest, like, Ao Ashi is probably the more well-constructed episode on a technical front, but I think I enjoyed my time with Don't Hurt Me, My Healer more.
Yes.
Okay, that is
An
just,
interesting
that is
relationship.
sin. That is sin.
Interesting relationship. We're gonna get back to that on the next few shows after this. All right, so I think that's it. That's all. No, I think I have.
Crunchy, I'm gonna let you take the next one because of all the
sounds
shows
like your
from this
thing.
block, I was
Honestly,
like,
this sounds like
this is a Crunchy Bagels certified classic. This next one.
exactly.
All right, Deaimon. Okay, so Deaimon is about this one, super enthusiastic, super hyper dude that everyone hates. He's kind of useless and he's not really good at much. I mean, I guess he's good at his guitar, but aside from that, he mostly just exists to be a child stuck in a 30-year-old's body and annoy everybody.
He just like me for real.
Relates.
And so-
Give or take 8 years.
It has been a while since I saw the first episode of this, but I think it starts off with him going back to like his mom and dad's restaurant because isn't he out of money? Or like
he
Yeah,
felt
he's,
his
his
band.
band
broke
broke
up.
His MySpace band broke up. Bandcamp got bought out by... Fuck, I forgot who bought Bandcamp. Facebook? Did Facebook buy them?
Let's just say Facebook bottom.
Yeah, matter. Anyway,
So he's like this annoying
So he's-
piece of shit that everyone hates, but they let him stay. And then so he's helping out with their bakery. But they also have this little girl helping out at the bakery who they've taken in because her father left her to go get milk and never returned. And
the
the
list.
child is, she's more adult in a lot of ways than the main character who's 30, but she's also a massive cunt to the main character because she doesn't want him taking over. She wants to be the one taking over the bakery. She doesn't want him to have any part of it because she's, sort of possessive over the bakery because it's her one thing that she can. I guess in her eyes, it's like the one thing she can do to prove her worth, to stay, to make sure that her adoptive parents keep her, because her father was saying stuff like, God, children, they're useless. They can't even work a job. I hate children so much. And then he just dumps her and goes out to get milk. So she's so desperate to like prove her worth. And eventually, the episode wraps up with her, like, I'm too lazy to explain it, but she goes out to like try and sell these
Like,
sweets,
there's
and
this-
then the main character you out with her because you can't leave a little child on the streets alone selling sweets, and so he starts playing a song to
Now
try
when
and
I'm
get
around.
everyone to try and get everyone to buy the treats.
The sweets.
And the song is like about the health benefits of them, and I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, it's like
And
this,
he just keeps on.
like your regular cheesy commercial song. It's
Fucking great.
He's getting his guitar
Yeah,
out.
the
and
street
then-
performance sold me on the show.
Yeah.
I was on the fence about it until
Yeah,
that scene. I was
yeah.
like, oh.
Actually, I was.
You
I
know,
was
he-
like,
he
I was
busts out-
hooked.
He busts
Yeah, I
out his
was
guitar
hooked
and
on
he's
it.
like,
Mhm.
"Well, I
He's
was
like,
looking
"Yes,
for a
my
new car.
time
Which
has
one's
come."
me?"
My time has
Basically,
come.
that.
Creditreport.com, baby.
And
Right,
so yeah,
so-
that's the episode. At the end, the little girl gets sort of endeared to the main guy, but she's still a little bit of a bitch. And so we'll have to see how
Right.
that develops in the next episode. Overall, I had pretty much the same experience as both of you. I was very mixed on the show for most of the first episode, where I was like, all right, this got production values. The main character, he at least has a personality, but he is a little annoying. But everyone else thinks he's annoying, so that's the point, and maybe the show's going somewhere with this. But some of the jokes aren't hitting as hard as I want them to. But then he busts out that guitar, and then he starts singing advertisements, and I'm like, okay, I want to give this a
one's-
try.
This is good. This is good, and this is.
He's a bit
I
of a
actually remember.
goofball.
No, I actually remember like being like on the verge of tears in this one, like for that scene.
On
like,
the
oh my
verge
God,
of
she's a-
tears. Explain
not-
that,
I-
Vlusky.
No, I don't. I don't remember exactly, but I remember being like so hyped on that scene. I remember being so touched and like, yes, this is good. That's the scene that sold me as well.
Yeah. First impressions of Deaimon were not great because there's CG crowds 40 seconds in, and then the opening is they picked it right off the clearance section of the opening store where it's just a bunch of characters standing still looking wistful, which is like the default product. But as it went on,
It gets better.
I was thinking like, is this? It gets slowly better as it goes on. It does hit some of the beats of the typical slow-paced, found family kinds of shows. Your Sweetness and Lightning, your Barakamon, your March Comes Like a Lion. Those kinds of shows. Not as good looking as those ones, mind you, but it's hitting the same beats. It's going down the checklist. The cute
bingo,
little
the
girl.
bingo.
Yeah, she don't take shit from nobody. She sees these two dudes smoking indoors, and she's like, "Nah, you gotta put that shit out, bro. Don't you know it's bad for your lungs? Smoking's whack." Dare campaign.
It's interesting
And
that
then-
you bring up Sweetness and Lightning, because Sweetness and Lightning is basically this is basically the same show as Sweetness and Lightning in a lot of ways, where it has the same sort of found family thing, little girl being fathered by someone. Although I guess in Sweetness and Lightning, it was her biological father. And both are about like cooking and stuff. But I think this one actually has the potential to be better than Sweetness and Lightning. Because my problem with Sweetness and Lightning and why I dropped it after episode 3 was because the main characters, I didn't really find them endearing because their personalities were a little basic. Whereas in the first episode of Deaimon, if anything, the characters' personalities are too strong. So I think it'll stand out a little more on that front and maybe hook me in a little harder.
The thing that stood out from Deaimon as opposed to all those other shows, at least in terms of like the themes that it's trying to hit, is with Itsuki. Like is the name of the little girl Itsuki, or like not Nagamu's the dude, right?
I do not remember their names.
Let me. All right. I'm not even good with names in real life. How?
Okay, I think it was.
I'm looking.
Is Itsuki or Itsuka?
Nagamu.
Yeah,
Itsuka.
Itsuka
Okay, Yukihira.
Yeah, it's Itsuka.
Okay, yeah. Itsuka is an interesting character in the sense of that you can tell they're going for the theme of like a kid who struggles to want to be an adult or like have the responsibilities of an adult, but the world just doesn't need or expect that kind of help of a child, and she's wanting to prove herself, but everyone's like, no, you're just a kid, don't worry about it. And it contrasts to the main guy, Nagamu, who is an adult, but like you said, it's a child at heart where he's just kind of coasted by, not really accepting adult responsibilities and still trying to live like a kid. And like you can tell after the street performance, you'll see how they can bring out the best in one another, and how they want to they can help. He can help her feel like more of an adult, or like it can help her shoulder more adult responsibilities, and she can bring out the ability in him to handle responsibility, because he's not really used to that since he walked away from the store to go pursue his band career.
I will say that I think the main duo of this show is very conceptually interesting in that sense. You know, I've never seen this exact duo foiling each other in this exact way before. And so I think it's a very interesting, main lead duo for a show, and it could go a lot of places with it. And I hope it does.
Like even in the first episode, the interactions are very, very cute. I like the dynamics of the two mains.
Overall,
I'd say it's a very cute found family father-son show. Please don't let them fuck by the end.
Oh no. Yes. Usagi drop.
Please don't become a new Usagi drop.
Oh no. Okay. Oh no. All right.
Speaking of creepy shit, next up we've got RPG Real Estate, which listen,
this one is
I like me some Doga Kobo as much as the next guy. But I am very much convinced at this point that Doga Kobo is comprised of two halves, an A team and a B team. The A team is where you get, like, even if you don't necessarily agree with the technical quality of the shows on like maybe a writing perspective, they're at least comparable in terms of production values. Like, you got your Umaru, your new game, your How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift.
Don't forget Gabriel Dropout.
Yeah, Gabriel Dropout, sure.
Okay.
And then you got your B team, which gets you shit like Uzumade and Wadaten and like Love Asteroid or whatever. And then you also get shows like RPG Real Estate, which is like my second note on the show was, damn, these little girls do show a lot of skin, huh?
All right, so hold on. I just want to say that I did not realize this was made by Doga Koba until you literally just said it, and then I looked it up on AniList, and
I remember looking it up. I remember looking it up, but I totally forgot. And then when you said it, right, yeah, they did this.
This show looks so mediocre. Like, Doga Koba usually has great visuals.
No. Yes, that A team, B team theme. The A team works on Shikimori. The B team works on this one.
Yep.
No, the A team works on. Wait, hold on. What was the third? Wasn't there a third Doga Koba show this season? Which one was it?
I
remember.
don't think there was a third one.
Was there not a third one?
I might be I might be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure there's not a third one
Yeah,
because
it's
they
not-
didn't make Daimon. They
Yeah, no, that wasn't.
Project Number 9 is working on a couple shows this season. Let's see. No, Dogakobo's only doing those two.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I guess Shikimori would be the A team, and this isn't the B team. This is the fucking Z team. Like this is the visuals are so just
Like, no,
incredibly
okay,
mid.
No, this show reminds this show. If I were to describe the show in like a few sentences, it would be nerfed. It would be nerfed Gochi Usa with dragons. That's the best description I give it. It's like the
Honestly
like the
fair.
French theme and the working theme heavily reminds me of Still Rabbit. Only slightly worse.
It's not fair too because
Yeah.
the show opens with all like the witch girls have big poofy witch hats, which is like one of my favorite aesthetics of all time, and it's like that's not fair. That's like a cheap shot to get me on board, and then the rest of the show is slowly getting me off the board. There's no more board anymore. They have dematerialized the board.
All right, so
The first line after the opening of the show, said by the Dragon Lolly character, is "I hate clothes," and then that is immediately followed up by her pantsing the blonde girl.
Oh no.
And I'm like, oh, is that?
I mean, at
is
least they're
this-
being
did
upfront
they-
about
Did
it.
they get the Wadaten and Uzumade guys to make this one? In
All right,
fact,
so-
I'm so curious about that. I'm gonna look at the director right now.
So while you're doing that,
Actually, like-
Vlusky,
Yeah,
you compared this
yes.
to Gochiusa. I have as one of my notes, is that fucking Rize from Gochiusa?
Yes. Oh my
Because
God,
one of the
I'm
girls
not alone.
looks exactly like her.
Yes. Oh my. Oh, I have that note too. Like, oh my God, that. Oh yes, this is Rize, but minus the good part.
Okay.
Was there
the
a good
director is
part in
Tomoaki
Gochiusa?
Koshida. Oh, go ahead.
I was just replying to Vlusky, being like, "Is there a good part in Gochiusa? It's not important."
No, it's not.
Okay, so yeah, the director's name is Tomoaki Koshida. They directed Senko-san, which I guess can line up with the B team. They directed Ikebukuro Westgate Park, which I completely forgot existed. And forgot was a Dogakobo show because it does not look at all like something they would make. Let's see, and they they did the storyboard for one episode. The director did work on Wadaten, so there is a little bit has seeped in.
Oh, wow.
Honestly,
Oh,
this
geez.
RPG real estate doesn't even really look like a Dogakoba
Yeah,
show. I mean,
Yeah,
you
that's
can-
the
it.
yeah, that's the reason why we forgot it was made by Dogakobo. It doesn't look like.
Oh, I didn't forget. I looked at the studio after seeing all the girl designs. I was like, oh, okay. So the Wadaten and Uzumade guys. Yeah, that checks out.
I'm just baffled by how you can, how a studio can create something like My Senpai is Annoying. That is super visually consistent, visually really good, really solid, and then you make
then just
something
this.
of this caliber, like visually.
Like, I
at
always
least.
thought
Because,
of I always thought of Dogakobo as like a very very mixed bag.
I mean, I always thought of them as
Yeah,
at least being visually consistent.
they've got an A team, B team, bro.
Yeah, that's
like
what.
Senko. For the longest time, I thought Senko was one of the less good looking Dogakoba shows. Senko looks amazing compared to this. Like, what is
Yeah.
up with the visuals? And like, they're not even awful visuals, but they just look crusty. Like, there's no other way to describe
I was gonna
it.
say I don't have any notes about the visuals because I guess they either didn't register with me at all, which might say more to the quality of the show. But like, I don't think I was ever offended by them enough to make a note of it. I was too busy being distracted by this show being the only show of the season thus far that we've covered with a bath scene. It makes you think.
I wonder. I
Uh,
personally. Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so personally, this was the one I was watching like on a spree, right? And and I went through like too many mid shows that day. This one, I'll admit, is actually the one I have slightly better experience with. Like, oh yes, this is the one I could just chill out, sit down, and just enjoy whatever the mess this is. I don't have to mildly infuriate over everything. But now that I think about it, it's nerfed Gochi Uso.
The best part of this show is some of the dialogue does hit, and I think, if you're watching it, that's probably going to be what you're watching it for, but in the end, it's just not very interesting or unique or, stands out at all, and I think the visuals are too crusty to really enjoy it with that sparse of writing quality.
Yeah,
the only gag from this whole episode that I enjoyed was the gag about, oh, here's a nice affordable place that you can live, as they're taking the witch girl to all these different places she can live in. Granted, this does bring me to another compliment that I remembered. They put in a little bit of effort into imagining the fantasy world with all the different kinds of locales and the monsters that interact with them. That was one of the highlights. The other highlight was the gag about how she was able to find a nice looking house, but then there's just one thing about this show that you'll have to. No, not the dragon. It was the gag about the adventurers who are like RPG player characters coming into the place and raiding it for all her shit.
Oh yeah, that's a good.
It's like it's been done before, but in the sense of it being a real estate like a real estate agent trying to pitch you houses and be like, oh yeah, by the way, the floors are creaky, the ceiling might be leaking, and also people will just straight up come in and steal your shit.
There was one line that got me to burst out laughing, more at the show than with it, but maybe this was intended. One of the characters said, "Ever since the Demon Lord was defeated, world peace has been achieved." And I paused the show and in my head just yell out, "What? You achieved world peace? How?"
They defeated the Demon Lord, man. This is a good timeline.
That's the only problem in the world. Murder has just gone away.
Yes, we found a cure to cancer.
You know what? Crunchy. That's not even the most unrealistic part about this show. Defeating the Demon Lord and achieving world peace in this world of fantasy monsters and dragons, fine, I'll believe that. But a show about people around my age, teenagers or young adults, finding affordable housing and it working out so quickly, it's wildly unrealistic. I can't buy into that at all.
Especially not in current times.
Yeah.
It was at the point where the warrior girl we find out is actually an exhibitionist, and she does enjoy showing off a lot of skin. And I was like, I don't know, I think I gotta tap out.
Too much.
There is one more note I have about this show, which is also in regards to the visuals, but it's a very specific complaint. And granted, a lot of Dogakoba shows sort of have this, where instead of just having normal colors, it feels like every color is it's hard to describe.
Highly saturated.
But New Game is oversaturated. Senko is a bit better with
Senko was chill.
Senko compared to
I wouldn't
say.
No,
I would say Shikimori is oversaturated.
Very vibrant too.
Definitely is.
Very vibrant too.
But this
Senpai is
show,
Annoying is actually one of the more muted color palette shows.
Honestly, my Senpai is probably one of the best looking Dogakoba shows that I've seen.
Yeah, it's very polished.
But anyway, RPG real estate looks like my computer turned on the nightlight and it's about time for me to go to bed. Because every character looks orange as shit.
They do have this kind of orange tinting to them. I am noticing that looking at stills.
Yes.
Everything's just fucking orange, and it, all right. So I know you have a problem with New Game's oversaturation. I have a little bit of a problem with it, but honestly, I tolerate it. It's at least an interesting decision.
Yes.
It's
almost
not even like the I don't mind the colors of the characters. I hate that the game studio that they work at, it feels like it's just lit by the most harshest fluorescent light possible. And it's like, turn down the light, please. I'm blind.
Fair enough. But this show's orange tinting is far worse than any of like the color schemes of any other Doga show. So
yeah,
far.
I reckon I could just put this in my video editing software and just nudge the white balance a bit.
Like even Shikimori, which alright, slightly spoilers, but it's probably one of the most oversaturated Doga Koba shows I've seen. But this one is even worse than that because it's just all orange. It's like, why orange?
At least Shikimori has like. To me, Shikimori has like very popping colors. I like that one, but this one just exists. Like if you want this like this French inspired setting, I said it time and time again. Just if this sounds like your thing, just watch It's the Rabbit. It's a lot more well rounded for this genre.
Don't watch Gochiyusa, and don't watch this one either.
Yeah, and I know Crunchy doesn't like it, but you know. If comparing those two, like comparing what they did, you know.
I've got nothing more to say about RPG
neither.
Yeah. I'm glad we're done with this. All right, next one.
Healer. I want to take this next one, Healer Girl. I was lulled into a false sense of security with this show because I thought this was gonna be some pseudo idol kind of show because
Same actually. Yeah. It opens with a song. It opens with a musical and it's like this is oh shit, another idol show I have to sit through. Oh, and then no, okay, continue.
We see this girl with a reverse tomato hair who is able to her songs heal people. To the point where singing is a third practice of medicine in the real world. And then the show keeps going a little, like things are happening. These girls are learning how to sing heal under the tutelage of these singing doctors, and it's like it turns your head in like by concept alone, but like it's not really peeking, it's not really jerking the gherkin, you know. And then the characters start singing out of nowhere just cuz, and then they keep doing it. And there's music playing in the background, and then I'm stopping. I have to pause the episode to like reaffirm if I just didn't get sneak attacked by the thing that I want in anime more than anything right now, like in terms of things that I would want being made. Is this the musical anime that I've been gunning for years? I'm not talking no idol shit where where it's like
we're not talking about that today.
I'm not talking about like idol shows like Love Live or Zombieland Saga where they will break into song, but like it's scripted. Like of course these idols would break into song, that they have to do an idol performance. It's not a musical. But no, I'm talking like a Disney style musical or just like a Broadway style musical where they just break into song like it's normal. I want an anime like that.
One of my notes was this reads like a Disney movie with all the musicals. I probably
that was the scene that probably that got me sort of hooked on the show because it's so viscerally enjoyable, just them singing about random shit just out of nowhere. It's a really fun scene. Probably my favorite in the entire episode, except for maybe the last one.
The blonde girl who like really likes the teacher, like sings about how great she is. And like she's adverse to like this singing along with her friends at first, but then when she starts singing about her teacher, she gets really into it and the music kind of swells. And like it was at that point I was realized, is this it? Have I been finally blessed with the musical anime that I've always been asking for?
And then how was the rest of it?
I was like, okay.
All right. Oh yeah, I get this.
It feels like once again it's trying to be two different things at once. It's trying to be a musical but also have this it's trying to tell a story. Not to say that musicals don't tell stories, but it feels like it's trying to tell a story that was never meant to be designed around being a musical, and they're trying to jam them together. Like the whole thing with like it's been a while, so maybe my memory's fuzzy about this. Was there like a burning building or something that the girls help these characters escape from, or like something? I remember there being an ambulance outside.
Oh
and the
yeah,
girl.
oh no. So like I still remember. I actually remember this bit. Turns out my memory is good. A grandma was like having a heart attack, and then a girl was calling out for help, and then the healer girls are the one that are the nearest, and then they are hesitant about helping because hey, we can't heal on our own. We need permission. We need to have the license first. We haven't graduated, and then the girl just like, fuck it, let's sing, and then the rest of it.
But like,
Okay, I don't know where I got the fire thing from.
Yeah.
Probably because like probably because of the red, like the glowy orange thing that she did. Like she like okay, so the character was thought to be like an idiot in the group, and so like people looked down on her. But then on this scene, she shone through. She decides to prove to the others that I am not an idiot, and then she decides to be the one singing, and then turns out she was the one she was the gifted one. I personally really like that scene. That's the scene that sold me, but I am not sure. I'm not quite sure if that's like my favorite aspect of it, or if I even like this at all.
I will say that a lot of the show can feel a bit, I guess, not entirely enjoyable, but although I think that's partially, or I guess mostly just because I'm not like hooked into the characters yet. But it's not like the show isn't trying to get you to care. There are little flashes of like basically writing quality that make me think that I could care about these characters in the future. Like at the beginning, the red-haired girl, she heals someone who skins their knee, but she wasn't supposed to. And so her bit of development in this episode is when, she gets faced with something a lot more intense where like, she's having I guess a heart attack, or I don't think it actually explained exactly what she was happening, but it was basically a heart attack. And instead of, healing the grandma, like her heart attack, which would have probably gone wrong considering her lack of experience, and the fact that that's very, very difficult to heal compared to just a skinned knee, she instead sings a song to comfort the grandma, where it's basically like this emotionally healing song instead of a physically healing song. And so it is trying to, develop the characters a little, show that there is something here. And then at the end, they talk about something like an image. Like when you sing, you have this image and everything glows, apparently. And I actually am a bit curious as to what that is exactly. And so that sort of gets me hooked into the next episode, which I haven't seen yet, but I do want to continue this show because I think it's going to be pretty good. Maybe it could be bad, I don't know, but I'm feeling like at least a 5 or a 6 out of 10 at the lowest. And also just the animation quality and art quality are there. So even
animation quality,
script...
it's quality. I personally really like the animation is very relatively polished compared to what the stuff that we have to deal with.
It's a very good looking show, and so I think even if the script ends up being bad in the long run, it's still got those visuals to fall back on. So it's like not all is lost.
The only thing about the visuals I don't really enjoy are the character designs. I really don't like the two-toned undercut hairdos, where
yeah.
It's not like a gradient like we see in like Dragon Maid or Dress Up Darling. They have the main girl, the red-haired girl. Her hair is red in the front, but like on the interior, like the underside of her hair with her undercut, it's green. And like, how does that even work?
I don't know. I remember like hair coloring art being so magical, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to do that IRL, but it doesn't mean that I like it too. I'm personally indifferent about that. I mean, the face is good enough.
Yeah, I'm overall a fan of the character
I-
designs just because they look pretty distinctive, and I'm fine with the two-tone
Yeah,
hair.
me too. I don't have an issue. I'm indifferent. But I don't like it, but it's not. I don't hate it either.
I'm more confused about than anything. Like the blonde girl, she's got like blonde hair, but like the back of her that goes along her back that would be like touching her back is like a lavender color. Like
Oh.
how did they color it like that?
Oh yeah. I'm just looking at it. I thought that was just like a shadow thing, like we do.
No,
like
it's
No.
lavender. It's like a purple.
purpling. Yeah. I thought it was a shadow at first. Oh, interesting.
The answer to that question is the same answer to the question, why is Senju Gahara's hair purple? It's anime.
Yeah. It's like at least that's one hair color though. She has one consistent dyed hair color. How do they dye their? Either like this is a natural thing in this world, or they have to like dye it in this specific way.
I mean, it
And
could be
I
a
don't know which
natural
one's
thing
more
in this
unbelievable.
Yeah,
world.
it could be natural. I mean, at this rate.
Honestly, it being that they could be albinos maybe. I don't know. They have magic singing powers, so who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. My only hope for this show is that it's. My last note is just please be good,
Yeah.
because this is
Yeah,
like the
just,
kind of show that I want to like.
I can tell you're like a bit disappointed. Oh no, this is not the musical I was hoping for. Yeah, that's,
No, it's because I really want there just to be a fucking musical anime, because Japanese music, I like J-pop, I like J-rock. Why don't we just have an anime musical?
Okay. Another note on the music. I think there was we thought it was like another Love Live clone at first. But while it's not an idol show, the music to me sounds like an idol song. It's all
Yeah,
the-
it's another
it's
one
not
of the
like
turnoffs.
no, it's not. It's not the turnoff. It's like yes, this exists. It's not like another group. Like yeah, it's just like string instruments and regular band, and maybe a little orchestra on the side. It sounds while the instrumental sounds like an idol show, like an idol song. I can give some props to the vocalists, like to the voice actors and vocalists too. It's the song the theme is about healing vocals, right? Well, to me, the vocals healed me personally. Like in a bit. That I think that's good. I think it's
They do have very pretty voices. Like
yeah.
the singing is very, very pretty.
Yeah, I think that's it. They couldn't pick a more fitting voice actor for this. It's very, very fitting.
The singing is very pretty.
Yeah.
You know what's not very pretty? The visuals of Estab-Life Great Escape.
Yes, I've been waiting to talk about this all week. Oh my god. All right, so yeah.
Alright, yeah, this one's all you.
All right, sweet. So, Estab-Life. It's in the far future, and the Japanese is broken, and the world is now broken up into multiple clusters. And the thing about these clusters is that they are so segregated that each of them has completely different rules and how they look and everything, right? And then also, another very major rule about this is that no one is allowed to flee to each other's clusters. That's where the extractors came in. So with that rule, right? Some people are understandably bored of their own clusters and they want to run away. So the extractor's job is to take those specific people and just move them to another cluster. The thing is, if they move clusters, then all of the things they have will be dropped. Like if any wealth or any reputation, it will all be dropped, and then they'll just be a guy in the streets. Now, that may sound terrible, but some people are willing to sacrifice all of it just for living in a new area, basically. And yeah, that's the whole premise. That's the whole premise of the show. First, and before I'll give my thoughts on it, I want to hear your thoughts on your guys' thoughts on this.
I'm gonna start as positively as I can, which is that
Alright.
Estab-Life actually has themes. It's the
Oh,
themes of like starting a new life, becoming a new person. Moving to a new cluster is basically a metaphor for ego death. Basically, completely tearing down the old you, and from that, becoming a new person. And that's an interesting theme. It's at the very least an interesting idea. I'm not saying it executes on it, but it is an idea.
An idea, yeah.
I'm of a similar boat. I do enjoy that, like the theme of the show is like these girls trying to set people free from their horrible roles in all capital letters society.
Society with a sus.
With reverb it crush society. Yeah, and I'm gonna assume like it fell off from here.
Yeah, that's about where my nice things to say about it end. So as elephant in the room, it's a Polygon Pictures CG show. I have yet to enjoy a single thing to come out of Polygon Pictures, and this is not one of those things. That's it's not one of is one of those things that I did not enjoy because I hate low frame rate CG. It does not look good.
Personally,
Beastars is the only show that made it look good because it was stylized and had really, really good direction to compensate.
Yes, Studio Orange. Everyone talks about them. So personally, the CG in here to me, so y'all know with me in CGs, right? But to me, that's not exactly the best one. Like, it's not my favorite execution, but to me, like what it tries to do, like stylized, hand animated, but try and make it look hand animated, it does a good enough execution, and it's slightly better, and it's one of the better ones in the competition. Which honestly, if you're asking me, it's not that hard really. And also, they remind me of Sanzigen too, like in some situations, but they're not as good. But
I don't enjoy Sanzigen CG either.
Yeah, I'm the one here. I've been shilling Bang Dream, and I didn't shill Bang Dream for ND4TJ for no reason.
I guess my problem with a lot of anime CG is that it normally comes with very desaturated / shiny colors, and to me, that's just kind of unappealing. I tend to like more vibrant, poppy color palettes. I like vibrance so much. I'm one of those people who didn't hate No Game No Life's visuals. And so to me, it's just like those super washed out, faded color palettes. I mean, here, let me actually get some stills of Estab-Life up just to see this.
While you're doing that, my big problem with anime CG is that it's always used for it's one of two things. It's always either a cost-cutting measure, or either if not cost-cutting, then effort-reducing, because it's a lot easier to just animate a 3D model of a car moving than it is to actually draw and animate a car moving by hand.
You're comparing it to a car, and I just got reminded of all the CG vehicles that I've saw in my days, and as much like that's not. Anyway, so I guess yes.
It whenever it's like that, it always smacks of like it's just the studio putting up a big giant flag, being like, we did not care enough to make this like all visually consistent. It's like even in shit like Spy Family, the worst part about that show right now is the CG crowds that's wildly out of place.
No. Okay, so Spy X Family. About Spy X Family, the CG, I've watched the latest episode. Like, it's good. It's la. Everyone says that it's good. The worst thing is the CG. Now, the CG environments, not the crowds, the environments. They actually make the buildings like the set in CG. And again, as much as I like them, as much as I'm big of an advocate I am since day one. Nah, mate. But this one, this one. Well, we all have differing opinions, and I am indeed built different. I felt like this one is a good enough execution of it, and even if it's not like the strongest suit, to me, visuals are not. I can stand bad visuals. Like it won't be like if I didn't like this CG.
Yeah, see, my thing with bad visuals in an anime, which is a very visual medium, is like you have to have the greatest fucking story or the greatest fucking characters in the world in order to carry me through bad visuals. And even then, if it's with anime, it's usually based on a manga. So if the visuals are bad but the story's good, I'm probably just gonna drop the anime and read the manga.
To me, it's like, again, it's good enough. All right. Well, I think
hold on. I still want to rag on the visuals more, because there's one. Now that I'm looking at stills from the show, I am remembering how fucking awful the character designs in this show are. They are so generic and off-putting.
Yeah,
Let me take a look at them.
It's not.
I'm looking at this group shot, and there's no coordination. It's real ugly.
No. This is oh god, it's really unfortunate that Casual isn't here. He was supposed to be backing me up on this one. The character designs, I guess one thing. I gotta give a shout out to the dog. He's just
the furry showing up. It was like, oh god, it's another red flag.
I just sort of appreciate the dog for existing.
It was interesting that there was a furry in this world of what I thought was all humans.
And another thing about the dog, he doesn't talk. He speaks dog. No one understands him. So I just
speaks dog.
Yeah, I know.
He speaks dog.
He doesn't.
I could have fucking sworn the dog had speaking lines.
No, he doesn't. Trust me. Anyway.
Vlusky, I guess we'll move on from here. One of my other big complaints about the show, right from the the offset. All right, they're in this action scene, and there's like a billion fucking drones shooting at them. They stand
and they're
still.
all missing.
Yeah,
they're all standing still and they're all missing.
They stand still to
shoot
shoot the drones, and all the drones miss them. And the one person the drones hit just so happens to be the girl who's invincible to bullets because she's a slime. How does that even happen?
God. That's a trope, all right. Oh god.
I have literally only 4 notes about Estab-Life, and I've gone through all of them already.
All right, so it's my time to shine.
I stopped watching the episode halfway through.
So a bit of a confession, right? We have a bunch of actually good shows in this list, but a bit of a confession. This is the one that I had the most fun watching. I don't know what was it. Maybe because like the later episodes are like very wild, or like it's either so bad that it's good, or like it's just like it's either that or awful. Or another word I like to describe this is awful taste but great execution. I know, like, yes, you'll have different thoughts on it, but to me, like, the wild themes that it has, like, especially on the later episodes, like, this one time, they had fucking penguins with AK-47s, and a communist party, and it's just like...
Yeah, see, all that sounds incredible.
Yes.
All of that sounds incredible. The problem is I have to look at this visual vomit in order to get to it.
Yeah, you'll have to. Yeah, I don't. To be honest, this is more like a guilty pleasure show for me, since like I know like people like looking at the ratings, like yes, this is the worst one. Actually, no. I was expecting to throw this off halfway through, but this ended up being the one that I catched up on. Actually, I literally watched 2 episodes of it before we were recording.
Are you caught up on Spy X Family? At least episode 4.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Okay, good.
Yes, I did catch up with Spy X Family.
That
one was 5 episodes. No one was 5 episodes. This one has 8, and I watched them all. Mostly because like, at some point they're like so wild, and I just can't wrap my head around. And okay, so I think I teased about this. There's this one cluster where they banned panties. They disallowed the usage of underpants. Now, how would you, a regular old human, normal human, make that work?
I mean, Do they still wear pants?
They still wear pants. It's like no, it's like an onsen. It's like a hot spring, and then they
Okay,
just wear
so
pants.
it's not just like literally just a city where you're not allowed to wear underwear, because that the way you described it without the onsen description kind of sound like, all right, that sounds really boring. It's just a world without where underwear was never existed. Okay, that just seems like our world, but with a really arbitrarily stupid change about it.
And I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
it's like-
you
it's
couldn't
like-
wear skirts anymore. That's about it.
No. It's they still wear towels apparently, and also apparently the inhabitants can have the special power to look through your pants, like actual pants, to see if you wear underpants, and then if you are a sinner. Get out of the city this second. Now,
That's an
that
invasion
just-
of privacy.
Yeah, that's just a lot of grounds to be like to abuse power with.
anyway, like the first episode. So my experience with panty related jokes was very very terrible. I deduct at least half a point from K on because of the panty shot. But one thing I love is somehow
That's a very very weird metric to judge a show on.
no. Okay, no.
How did you judge
0
the
out of
Konosuba
10 had
joke where
panties in it.
No, okay.
where
Oh,
Kazuma
Flusky,
steals
Flusky, you're
people's
gonna-
panties almost exclusively?
Okay,
You're
no.
gonna
okay,
hate
like, I-
Onipon. You're gonna hate Onipon so much.
Yes, I think I already did mention that I hate Ashi too. Yeah, I think it's in it before. Anyway, so the thing about this, that there's this one character, and that she is really reluctant to take off her panties because of course any sane human being would, and then she just decided to just not take off her panties without like knowing the consequences, and I'm trying my best to like not get lost of it at all, but like. Yeah, apparently, and then she got caught, and then she became like a citywide wanted, and then she finally gives in. She takes off her pantsuits, and then the next few jokes was they need to traverse through like a bunch of like obstacles, right? And then all of those involves showing the bottom part. It's like she was effectively very embarrassed, and that's the joke for the next 13 minutes, and it's just so ridiculous everything. I can't help but just love every second of it. Yeah, that's
I do not relate whatsoever.
yeah, no, it's not. It's
The show made the cardinal sin of opening with an action scene with characters that I'm not established to.
Yeah.
Haha, Estab, haha.
Yeah.
Ha.
And that they have not established, and I've not invested in at all, so I do not care about the events or who lives or dies.
All right.
Okay.
So-
Neon
Another
Manta.
thing about
All
Yeah.
right. So you need to show a screenshot of this specific scene. At 5:54, the girl with the light brown hair is talking to, I think, the yellow girl, and she raises her finger with a smile, and I just imagined a version of that scene where she gets hit in the head with a Kokeshi doll, and so then the rest of the show is just Nichijou, and I can finally escape from this show.
I don't think I'll be able to edit it like that.
You won't be able to edit it.
'cause that would
Just
require
show,
me-
just show a scene. Just show that still, because if you've seen Nichijou, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that was the first thing I thought.
Well, I
because
haven't
the
seen Nichijou.
exact- It is the exact position Yuko, like the exact face, the exact position of her hand that Yuko makes in episode 1 of Nichijou during the, I think that the second gag of the entire show. And I was just like, please get hit in the head with a Kokeshi doll and become Nichijou so I don't have to watch this anymore.
I will become.
You know what?
Nichijou.
I'll you know what? I'm gonna...
Every bad anime needs to have a button. Needs to come with like a button that you can just press on your computer and be like, become Nichijou, and it just switches
Yes.
over.
Okay, hang
That
on.
would-
What time that
That
was?
would make
no.
all anime.
Crunchy,
great.
what time that was it? In episode 1?
5:54.
5:54.
5:54. Yeah, I'm doing this for you because I'm the only one that does this show justice. Another thing about that Ponzo episode. At the end of the episode, so the history was apparently like the gods didn't wear underpants for some reason, and then they all just believe in that. But the twist was, and the end of the episode, it was revealed that the gods do wear underpants, and when were allowed, and the message so it's like on a statue, right? And the bottom of it was like the cryptic hieroglyph drawing of like the actual message, and the hieroglyph was all just just butts and underpants.
Blusky, I don't mean to dampen your parade, but like every time you like explain something that happens in the show,
It's like not interesting, right?
and then elaborate on it further, it makes it less interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like this is my.
I don't mean to shit on you just because I know you like the show, but like the more that I hear about, it's like, oh wow.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't keep watching past the halfway through the first episode.
Oh god. I didn't blame you. I didn't blame you. It's like, I honestly I'm still on the fence whether or not I like this ironically or I sincerely like this. I am still on the fence until this now, but if we're talking,
it's better CG than X-Arm.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good. That's the good that we all can agree, eh? But
then again, X-Arm is fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I know. I think that's...
Yeah, if you're gonna be a bad CG show, you need to go fucking all the way. You need to make the worst CG show and then be so confident in it as to declare war on all other sci-fi media.
Okay.
Like that.
Yes?
Something I also disliked about this first episode is that some of the dialogue gets really stilted. There's this one scene where the one depressed teacher gets, another teacher notices that he looks sad, and she's like, or I have this line quoted: "You look upset? Cheer up, mate. You'll be teaching here the rest of your life." Why? Where did we go from cheer up to you'll be teaching here the rest of your life? Like, I don't get the line of logic. I guess maybe it's like, oh, you have to be happy at school because you'll be teaching here forever. But why does she assume he's teaching there forever? It doesn't make sense. Why did she say that?
Okay, a bit of an objection. That's like, I'm going to assume that's like the rules of how the clusters work. That's the best explanation I can give to that. Honestly.
But like,
okay, it's
still,
like,
why did she assume he was sad because he was teaching? I mean, maybe it's because he's known for that.
Maybe because no one listens to his lectures or something.
It's just such a weird line. It just feels, I don't know. It just really, it's just baffling. Just a little.
Okay.
It feels like it could have been redrafted a little bit to make it just a wee bit smoother at the very least.
Listen, in life you have two choices. You either stab or you life, and this show makes me want to stab myself.
Fair
in the
enough.
heart.
Well played.
Personally,
right.
This is just another show to add to my list. The shows I personally watch and nobody cares.
All right, so Vlesky,
maybe if they play instruments at some point, you can make another video about the instruments being animated correctly and get another 100,000 views.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen. Hey,
the only great escape I want to take right now is the great escape away to the next show. How's it going, fellas? Neon from the future here. This part went way over time, but we still had a lot of fun making it. Part 2 will be coming soon and will be shorter, I promise. If you enjoyed the podcast, hit the like button, comment what you thought, and subscribe for more videos. I'm Neon Manta. You'll see us next time. And...